Distinguished representatives of public institutions and ministers, esteemed ambassador and representatives of embassies, and representatives of UN agencies and other international organizations, respected representatives of NGOs, Swedish Federal Ministry of Foreign Affairs is funding the strengthening the capacity of municipalities in the field of migration and refugee response in Turkey project. Welcome. The name is quite challenging, but the participants are very strong and agile, and we believe that we will address this issue successfully in this meeting. Welcome. If you did not receive any headsets, please kindly have the headsets from the back table. There is interpretation. It is a customary practice that we will stand and we will recite national anthem. Later, we will start our program. Please kindly stand up for national anthem. Now, I kindly invite the coordinator, Deputy General Coordinator of ASAM, Ms. Buket Bahar Akın. Ms. Buket Hanım is kindly invited to make the opening remarks. Ms. Buket is Deputy General Coordinator of ASAM. Respected Director General, respected Ambassador, His Excellency, and representatives of public institutions, municipalities, civil society organizations, my dear colleagues, I would like to, as the Association of Solidarity with Asylum Seekers and Migrants, we are implementing the project of strengthening the capacity of municipalities in the field of migration and refugee response. And now we are organizing our panel on Ukrainians in Turkey in the context of regional developments. Welcome. Year 2022 was a year of conflicts and forcefully displaced people, and there has been a significant increase in the number of forcefully displaced persons. In February 2022, Russian Federation's occupation to Ukraine. After the Second World War, this occupation is one of the biggest migration movements since the Second World War. United Nations Refugee Organization, United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees mid-2020 report shows that the number of forcefully displaced persons has had a significant increase in 6 months, and the first half of year 2022, there has been 15% increase and reached to 103 million people. And the occupation of Ukraine by Russia was a big factor, and the numbers are expected to increase till the end of the year. The sad report by UNHCR shows that 1 out of 77 persons around the world is forcefully displaced. UNHCR's update on the 6th of December shows that since February 2022, 7.8 million Ukrainians crossed to different European countries, and 4.8 million Russians are residing and staying either under temporary protection or different protection status. And although Turkey does not have a land border directly to Ukraine, since February 2022, the number of Ukrainians coming to Turkey, there has been a significant increase in the number of Ukrainians coming to Turkey. According to the data by the Embassy of Ukraine to Turkey, the number of Ukrainians coming to Turkey in July was 182,000, and this increased to 355,000. Of course, this population, we should include those transiting to the third countries, or there are people who have voluntary return. Therefore, there is no current precise number for the number of Ukrainians in our country. But in September, IOM published a report for regional Ukraine crisis response situation report dated September 28. The number of Ukrainians in Turkey was indicated to be 55,000. And on UNHCR's data portal, the update on the 6th of December shows the figure 47,000. Of course, when it's a human life, the figures, the numbers does not make too much of a sense. In the end, regardless of how many they are, safe and decent living conditions for human beings is a basic right, regardless of the number of people. ASAM, as the Association for Solidarity with Asylum Seekers and Migrants, both in Ukraine and neighboring countries and within our country, we have carried out different activities to respond to the needs of the Ukrainians taking shelter in our country. In cooperation with UNHCR and public institutions, we are responding to the Ukrainians coming to Turkey, and we started offering services in the provinces heavily populated by Ukrainian population. Ukrainian population is heavily settled in Antalya, and we opened a field office in Antalya to provide services to the Ukrainians. Besides, we have contacted Ukrainian associations in Turkey, and through a close cooperation, we are putting efforts to respond to their needs. The representatives coming from 13 different Ukrainian associations, 2 times, we had workshop on migration response, gender-based violence, child education and protection. Capacity development activities were conducted with 13 Ukrainian NGOs and different NGOs. And also European Union humanitarian organization, DG ECHO, provided financial support to legal support and services to the vulnerable migrants in Turkey. In our headquarters in Ankara, we have a call center providing services in Ukrainian and Russian languages. Today, in our panel, through different sessions, we will be sharing the activities of our association and other stakeholders and the needs on the field. We will have an opportunity to listen and discuss these details. And also, today's panel sessions will be joined by esteemed representatives of the embassies and foreign missions in Turkey. Ending my words, I would like to thank in advance to each and every speaker of the panel sessions for joining our invitation, and I wish a fruitful meeting. Welcome again. We would like to thank to Buket Bahar Dovrak for opening remarks. Immediately now, the esteemed ambassador of Ukraine to Turkey, His Excellency Vasily Mironovich Bodnar. Esteemed ambassador, the floor is yours for opening remarks.
Hello, dear friends. I'm very happy to be here today with you. For me, it's a big honor. We are already at our 3rd meeting, and this meeting is organized with a very wonderful organization. For the organization who is one of the first ones trying to help Ukrainian refugees. Of course, I would like to thank you all. This is the end of the year that has changed the history of the world totally, and the history, I would say, of the whole humanity, because nobody thought that such situation will happen. And today, Ukrainian heroism is changing the reality, and all the bad things that happening also open a lot of questions that we have to decide and to find solutions. In the end of this year, I would like to thank, first of all, to the Turkish Republic, Republic of Turkey, the President Tayyip Erdogan, for all the efforts that have been done to help Ukraine, not only here, but in Ukraine as well, political, economical, humanitarian help, all the possible efforts and measures that had been done, and this is very appreciated in Ukraine. We will be grateful to you all. I also would like to thank all the international partners with whom we're working and who help Ukraine from the very first days of the war. And here in Ankara, this is the embassies and international organizations. I know that there is I think there is no organizations that we haven't met during this time. These are ambassadors that are also working on social help for children and refugees, and a lot of many individuals and organizations that make a lot of efforts to help Ukraine and to make us feel better. I also want to thank our society, Ukrainian associations that are working in many Turkish cities, because as our soldiers at war, they are here with all their efforts working on helping to Ukraine, working to gather humanitarian help refugees. This is also a lot of efforts, and it is also appreciated very much. And thank you for coordination of all of this, trying to put this together on one platform, organization of education for our children, and we together now can help the refugees much more better. But except all this gratitude, I also will have to say about the issues that we have, the problems that we have, and I have to underline the things that we will have to do next year, and I have to underline the things that we will ask help for. First of all, these are the problems that children face. This is the international protection status, starting from the medical questions, starting from different documents, organization, and including specific problems, including warm clothes, food, whatever we can make better. Let's try to do it better now, and let's try to start speaking about this now. I advise you to concentrate on thinking what do we need, give this information to our international partners, and try to make a roadmap for the next year. Beautiful words, we do need them, but we do have to make some efforts and do deeds. Our embassy here is ready to give any possible support, starting from embassy work, administrative work, to organization of all possible activities, and everything that you need from our side will be done. And also we are cooperating with international partners, with our friends from Ukraine, organization of any kind of communications, negotiations, and in this case, it's not only about our partners. We are the part of this process, and I don't even know who is working for whom more. It's all very complicated, but we can see that all we are working to get the goal. We are trying to help refugees from Ukraine, we are trying to help citizens from Ukraine, and we are trying to help Ukraine in general. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank esteemed ambassador for this speech. He is carrying out a difficult mission in a difficult time. Now, the third opening remarks, representing public, the Director General of Head of Department of Foreigners at the Presidency of Migration Management, Ms. Gözde Gözkorulu. Esteemed Ambassador, respected Director General, representatives of public institutions, good morning and welcome. On behalf of my organization and on my own behalf, I would like to greet you all. I did not prepare a draft speech. Sincerely, I would like to talk what we have done since the conflict between Russia and Ukraine as Presidency of Migration Management, which rights and obligations have been fulfilled. I want to share it with a speech. Migration management have four main pillars: managing regular migration, combating against irregular migration, using or effective protection or preventing measures, and supporting activities through harmonization activities, and following up the current developments, future or possible migration movements, and anticipate any human mobility towards Turkey. As of February, this process, of course, the Ukrainian nationals, especially those who have Turkic ancestors, who are somehow related or affiliated to Turkey, would prefer Turkey over Europe to this. And for these people, especially vulnerable ones, for women and children, to facilitate the border crossings through border gates, and immediately by taking a decision, the children who have birth certificates without passports, unaccompanied women and children, and each and every one of them are required to present a travel document, a passport, but we have taken a preventive measure to facilitate their border crossings. Some might have entry bans or some other profiles of persons, but we have facilitated the border crossing both through our land borders and our airports. They entered our country easily and smoothly thanks to our measures. And if they are coming from a third safe country, we close our borders and we will not receive or accept those without documents. We did not have this attitude. In our migration management, any person that we can provide regular entry, we take the measures to facilitate the processes. And I follow up this order after entry into our country. What have we done about their stay in our country? If you look at the profile of the migrants coming, Ukrainians coming, there were undocumented children, minors, and women, and there were those who had houses and residences, who were married to Turkish nationals and Turkic ancestors, the Crimean Turkish people and Tatars. It was very diverse. Instead of a single status, first we said if everything is okay, they can apply to residence permits. If they are undocumented and if they have any vulnerability, they can apply to humanitarian residence permits. And another category of status is international protection. They can apply for international protection status. As widely known, international protection status is not available to those coming from third safe countries. And for Ukrainians, without any limitation to provinces, they could apply to be declared that Ukrainians can apply to any PDMMs for international protection status, working with the embassies and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and their NGOs and the governor's offices of all the provinces. We have delegated authorities and we have informed the civil society about these procedures. And for Ukrainians who need accommodation and shelter in Edirne, Kırklareli, Bursa, and Eskişehir, after temporary accommodation, these people were settled to the camp environment in Elazığ. In our camp environment in Elazığ, more than 2,000 people are residing there. Eskişehir is another mass accommodation facility. These are not Turkic ancestors. That we have different groups of Ukrainians, including their family members and spouses. We have provided shelter and accommodation to them. As Buket Hanım mentioned, for entry and exit to our country, as of February 24th, 565,000 Ukrainians entered into our country and 536,000 exited our country, a very mobile group of population that travels frequently. They might have residence permits in other countries and they might be traveling between. We have seen that people have entry and exit to Turkey a couple of times. These are not the single persons, but number of entry and exits. And 23,000 Ukrainians have residence permits in our country, and today it doubled. 46,000 Ukrainians are staying in our country with residence permits today. Besides, a new thing is This is not directly related to this process, but in migration management, long-term residence permits is provided to nationals, persons of Turkic origins. Crimean Tatars are also provided with long-term residence permits. An additional notice. Thank you for your kind invitation to this panel session, and I wish you a productive panel, and we kindly request that the findings and the conclusions of this panel will be shared with PMM. We would like to thank Ms. Gözde Özkorul for opening remarks, and she did not have a prepared drafted speech, but a very well formulated and presented speech by her. Now, I present a short video telling about the activities of ASAM about Ukrainian migrants and refugees. This is in Turkish language. Please.
Президент Путін оголосив проведення спеціальної військової операції на Донбасі.
Росія напала.
İnsanlık 2022 yılında savaşın soğuk ve karanlık yüzüyle bir kez daha karşı karşıya geldi. Patlayan bombalara ağıtlar ve yardım çığlıkları karıştı. SGDD-ASAM oradaydı.
Polonya'daki en büyük yerel sivil toplum kuruluşu var. Oradan birkaç yetkiliyle görüşme fırsatı bulduk. Onların yaptığı insani yardımı gözlemleme fırsatı bulduk.
SGDD-ASAM sahada edindiği 27 yıllık deneyimi bu kez Ukrayna-Polonya sınırına taşıdı. Savaşın açtığı yaraları sarmaya çalıştı.
Polonya ilk etapta sahada bir ihtiyaç analizi çalışması yapıldı. Uluslararası standartların gerektirdiği koşullar çerçevesinde başvuru çalışmaları yapıldı. Önemli olan burada ihtiyaç sahibi insanların, danışanlarımızın ihtiyaçlarını, hak ve hizmetlere erişimlerini insani standartlarda, minimum insani standartlarda karşılanıyor olması şeklinde.
ASAM ekipleri, barınma merkezleri, tren istasyonları ve on binlerce Ukraynalı'nın güvenli bölgelere geçiş yaptığı sınır kapılarındaydı. Ukrayna'nın Lviv kentinde temsilcilik açmak için çalışmalara başlandı.
Krizlere müdahalede yerinden müdahale mantığıyla birlikte müdahale edilebilsin adına orada bir başvuru süreci başlattık. Biz buradaki tecrübemizi yurt dışına taşıyor olacağız. Yani yurt dışında insani yardım alanında çalışan bir sürü STK'lar olabilir, NGO'lar, INGO'lar olabilir. ASAM bunların
international NGOs working in humanitarian response, but ASAM makes a difference. ASAM is rightfully cited as one of the most successful ones, and responding to the crisis and problems at source. Have signed a memorandum of cooperation with one of the NGOs of Ukraine for response at the resource. In Antalya City, ASAM opened a representative's office, a field office in Antalya, which is heavily populated by Ukrainians in Turkey. We are providing all protection services on the field, and from psychosocial support to legal status and legal counseling about legal status and to their ID and registration process, responding to their needs. At Ukrainian-Polish border, humanitarian assistance is provided and distributed. On the other hand, SGDD-ASAM is, together with UNICEF, capacity development training is provided to local NGOs in Turkey. the harms and the injuries inflicted by war were also compensated by ASAM. And in year 2016, Eurovision winner Jamala organized a concert for unaccompanied children in Turkey, and it was unforgettable memories. Jamala concert in Antalya for Ukrainian children was organized by ASAM. Interpreter. So whenever I listen to this song, it's a very beautiful song, and we kept it a little bit longer to enjoy. Now we go with the panel session, and I will be announcing panel speakers. The title of the panel session is Latest Developments for Ukrainians in Türkiye, and esteemed ambassador's spouse Katarina Bodnar, esteemed spouse of His Excellency Ambassador Katarina Bodnar. You are kindly invited to the podium. And Ukrainian Ankara Consulate Education Officer, Mr. Oleg Biloy. Mr. Oleg Biloy, you are kindly invited to the podium too. And representative of Childhood Without War, Tatiana, Ms. Tatiana, representative of Childhood Without War. And representative of Ruslan Shostak Foundation, Mr. Ruslan Shostak. And for moderating the panel session, Deputy Coordinator of ASAM, Buket Bahar Dovrak. You are kindly invited to moderate the session. Hello, everyone, once again. For the guests who haven't received the headsets, a reminder again, because it will be a panel session multilingual in Ukrainian and Russian languages. Panel speakers will be speaking. Many of you will need headsets, including me. I will be posing my questions in Turkish, and I would like to welcome you again, and I would like to thank to them. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Time is allocated for this panel session. I kindly request you to be punctual about timing, and we can receive some questions from the participants Q&A session at the end of the panel session. And I would like to start with Ms. Katarina. Welcome again. After February, as embassy, you had an extraordinary and tremendous workload. After February, esteemed ambassador, His Excellency mentioned in opening remarks that both the Ukrainian diaspora in Turkey and the related ministries of the government of Turkey and public institutions and other embassies and foreign missions and NGOs, including ASAM and many other stakeholders, maybe unprecedented close working period you are going through. First, from your perspective, how is this process going? What are your experiences? And as embassy, what type of activities you are providing support to the Ukrainians taking refuge, taking shelter in Turkey?
Hello, dear friends. I'm very happy to see you all today here, and thank you very much for your attention to our Ukrainian citizens here in Turkey, especially for our children, attention span to our children. For all this time, 429 children died. It's more more than 1,200 people are injured. A lot of children now are in the territory of our occupants, and I'm as mother. I'm very sad to hear these numbers, but I'm very grateful to Turkey and to international organizations that help us. We understand that we have a lot of power. From the beginning of this war, all together with embassy, with everybody efforts, and thanks to Ruslan Shostak's foundation, who helped us a lot to bring a lot of children here. 56 child houses were children from child houses were brought here in Turkey. For today, we have 9 groups of children which are in Antalya now. They have the medical security, food, everything. Everything was solved by Ruslan, who helped us a lot. We thank him a lot. We thanked him a lot for all this help and for every child who is in security place now. And also, we had worked together with Ms. Telenska, and for today in Ankara, we have 34 orphans here from orphanages in Odessa, and thanks to Turkey, thanks to Migration Services, thanks to Ministry of Family, thanks to Ministry of Health of Turkey, now these orphans are in a security place. They are very happy because they don't hear the bombing sounds, and they can look at the sky and not see these war planes. For us, this is the best that can happen as we are representatives on Ukraine, and to know that our children are in security is the most important thing for us. I also would like to pay attention for some questions that we want to be solved. This, of course, is international security. We also want our children to have Ukrainian education, and they have to learn Ukrainian language, they have to learn Turkish language, and they do, and they are very successful in this, but we really want them to continue Ukrainian education. We want to continue this because sooner or later we know that we will get back to Ukraine, and our children want to get back to Ukraine. Unfortunately, during this wartime, I've been to Ukraine 6 times, and I've been back not long ago. I can see the children there are studying and closed places, and children are getting used to get education in such a situation as it is now in Ukraine. I know that we have to face somehow these difficulties, but now we are united, and we thanks a lot to the Republic of Turkey for the help that was provided to us, and we hope that our cooperation will continue, and we will be able to do much more things for our children, that we will help them with education, that we will help them with medical assurance, that insurance, that we will help them to maybe organize summer camps or winter camps, to let them take part in some sport competitions, and to make their activities as much as possible, and to make them feel comfortable here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Katerina Hanım. We know that the embassy is putting efforts for children and minors, and you are coordinating with the Turkish authorities also. We are witnessing these efforts for bringing the orphan children. The Ministry of Family, PMM, and Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health provided lots of significant supports for, and also children in Antalya. And the speakers will go into the detailed informations about these children, Ukrainian children in Turkey. Thank you, Ms. Katerina, for the contributions. Each child has the right to live in a peaceful environment with their beloved ones, and we hope that they will enjoy this, right? And I would like to give the floor to the next speaker, a population mostly of minors and women are in Turkey, and as embassy, you have close cooperation and interaction with this community. What are the needs that you are observing in every means? Education, protection, health, psychological well-being, accommodation, based on your experiences, and in how do you manage this process with the community, Ukrainian community? Mr. Oleg Billy, I give the floor to you to answer the question.
Hello, dear guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to talk about the most important questions that we have for today, and the questions that Ukrainian people face since the beginning of this war, full-scale war. And before starting, I also would like to thank a lot from myself and from our embassy for all the Ukrainian associations here in Turkey, because they make a lot of efforts, especially from the very beginning of war, and they provide help to Ukrainian temporarily citizens that have to be here in Turkey now. Thank you very much. Before February 24th, 2022, Ukrainian people that were living in Turkey was about the number of people living in Turkey was about 35,000 people. But after the war started, full-scale war started, the war of Russia against Ukraine, we have now more than 560,000 Ukrainian people here in Turkey, and most of them went to another countries or get back to Ukraine. And for today, we have about 50,000 Ukrainians that are living here in Turkey now. Most of them are in Istanbul. It's about 15,000 people. Antalya also has 15,000 Ukrainians. About 5,000 people are living, Ukrainians are living in Bursa, and in Ankara about the same number. All the data might slightly differ from the reality, and the representatives of Ukrainian association in Turkey are mostly women, young women who are married to Turkish citizens, and only part of them is socially active, and another part do not participate in Ukrainians' life, especially those who came here after war started. More than 50 people we have working in Istanbul, Ukrainians from Ukrainian associations, and Ukrainian diaspora includes a lot of teachers and translators. Also, we had a lot of activities in Marmaris from Ukrainian association side. Before the war started on the February 24th, the Embassy of Ukraine, due to the possibilities of Ukrainian associations, had a lot of auctions to support Ukraine against the aggression of Russia. Also, Ukrainians were acting a lot in questions of helping people, Ukrainian people, and we had a lot of humanitarian, medical, and financial help gathered throughout Turkey, and also we helped a lot to our people by sending, by helping refugees. According to the data for 2022, December 2022, on the territory of Turkey, we have 21 Ukrainian associations here. They are in Samsun, Istanbul, Marmaris, Ankara, Adana, Konya, Mersin, Izmir, Bodrum, Kocaeli, and other cities. Ukrainian Association Istanbul has created an international lycée or international high school, and the work in this school is working, and the work of the school is going on with the help of Ukrainian embassy efforts. And according to the Constitution of Republic of Turkey, the only state language that is supposed to be studied for the Ukrainian people that are living here is Turkish language, and the organizations also help to provide books, books and education to the schools, to support the embassy of Ukraine in Antalya and Istanbul and Ankara, Izmir, Bursa, and Kuşadası. Now we have a Ukrainian Saturday schools, and in 2022, our embassy, together with Ukrainian associations, started a new Saturday school in Ukrainian in Konya. Most of refugees have to get out of cities that are occupied by Russia, and they cannot get home. The other part of refugees are people is trying to search a place to stay for winter, as there is almost no possibility to stay in Ukraine because of the bombing of electrical units, power units, infrastructure, and the living conditions there in Ukraine right now are very difficult for our citizens, especially for families with children. And Ukrainian associations invite and help to provide security, medical, cultural, and sometimes even legal necessities of our citizens when they are running away from Russian invasion. These associations help Ukrainian people to adapt for life in Turkey. They help to translate documents, required documents. They help to provide medical insurance, medical help, and legal help, and to organize everything that is required in accordance with the local law. Concerning the necessities of our requirements of our children that had to come to Turkey on the basis of Saturday schools, they provide educational literature to our children as much as they can. They have cultural activities, celebrate national holidays for our children, and our embassy in Turkey also does a lot of efforts to help children to live here. These are very difficult conditions for our people, and I am sure our people are adapting very fast. And the activity of Ukrainian associations here in Turkey is an example for a lot of Ukrainians who couldn't stay aside in such a difficult times for our country. And during this year, from the beginning of war, on the territory of Turkey, there were 3 new Ukrainian associations created on the territory of Turkey. Concerning all the needs, we provided financial programs to help Ukrainians abroad, provide them books, improving their conditions. For today, we have the Saturday Ukrainian schools in Ankara, in Samsun, in Alanya, and Bursa, Izmir, Konya, and Mersin. We have a school in Konya as well, a Saturday school in Konya, Ukrainian classes in Ankara, and most of these Saturday Ukrainian schools do not have a lot of resources, do not have enough teachers, do not have enough financial resources, and they can't accept a lot of children. It's not enough for our children. At the same time, Ukrainian associations here in Turkey are society organizations, and it makes some things difficult for them to organize and to help temporary refugees here from the point of view of financial issues. So it would be good to have some grants and international programs that might help Ukrainian people. A lot of attention of international organizations on helping Ukrainian refugees in Turkey might be done in educational sphere, also financial support and printing of books for education. From the point of view of cultural issues, it would be good to have some concerts, maybe cultural activities. Concerning the work, it would be good to give Ukrainians an opportunity to find a job, to provide enough money for their families during their life here in Turkey. It's also good to give help for newly coming Ukrainians, a basic financial support. For example, I have one example. Several days ago, a family phoned me from Ukraine. They were trying to leave the occupied territories. It was Kherson region, and they were trying to get out from Georgia side. And getting through the Turkey territory, they asked us, they said that they have no financial resources at all, and they do not have opportunity to find to book a place for a night. This question was solved, but it was solved kind of personally. So this is the question that we have to solve. This is the question that we have to think about. Thank you very much for your attention, and I also would like to thank all the associations for such an active participation and help in such a difficult times for Ukraine.
I would like to thank Mr. Oleg as well. With regards to numbers and also the activities of the Ukrainian associations, you have mentioned a lot of issues, and also the situation of the Ukrainians in Turkey. So we also took notes. We are also a witness that this process is a very difficult process, as we are working with the relevant institutions together. Thank you very much for your efforts once more. Now, Childhood Without War program's representative, I would like to leave the floor to you. We would like to ask you first how this issue came up. The children that were accommodated in Antalya hotels, we all know about that, and also there has been an initiative by the wives of the representatives of both countries, and this project, where it came from, how did you proceed with it? What are the needs in the current time period? What's the framework of the project?
Hello, everybody. I will speak Ukrainian. The idea of this project came to Ruslan Shostak, and this was the time everybody knows that the war started in February. And my own example, at that time I was in Gostomel. You definitely heard about Irpin, Bucha, and Gostomel, and all those shots that you've seen on video. These are the real photographs when helicopters are going to Hostomel airport, and I saw this with my own eyes. I was there at that time with my child, with my animal, and this was a real horror. On the 8th of March, we saw tanks in our garden, and I saw it with my own eyes. You can't say that this didn't happen. At the same time, a lot of Ukrainian families went around the world, tried to go anywhere from Ukraine, and Ruslan Shostak started this initiative at that time, and this initiative is working already for almost 9 months, and our task for today is to support this initiative and to continue it. So this is the answer to your questions. First of all, thanks to Ukrainian embassy, and thanks to Ruslan and the people who supported all of this initiative started.
Thank you very much, Tatiana. What about the children in Antalya and their needs? Could you please tell us more about your activities and the age groups of the relevant children?
I have a presentation. If it is possible, can I show it on the screen? Yes, sure. How can I do this?
Коли почалася війна, то ми побачили, що небо засвітилося.
We saw that the sky wasn't that bright. I was afraid so much, and not only I was afraid. our teacher woke us up to go to school, and we were getting ready, we were getting dressed, and they said us that our airport was bombed and exploded. Many times we were bombed. And the first time was the most scary. I was lying on my bed and I saw in the window how the planes are coming. I was crying. Our Children Without War project is about the help for children who do not have parents anymore, who lived in the time of war and who is on the territory of the Republic of Turkey. And the main goal of our program is supporting these children's life, their psychological health, because war is not for children, and these children should be in a security place. Our program is about evacuation. It's about the place to live, entertainment activities, educations, and medical insurance for these children. We came here to Turkey because we were evacuated. I really like it here. We have a lot of friends already here. And we do not have this. We are very quiet in here, and I'm very happy. It's very nice here. I would like to come here before. Every day we are going to seaside, and it's very nice. Our teacher is teaching us. We are two people, me and one more boy. Zahar is his name. We are studying Italian, and we have another boy that is studying Chinese and Turkish languages. Our children, they are very emotional, but they are so small patriots, and they follow the news, and they look through TikTok. They are looking at our soldiers dancing. They are trying to keep this patriotic mood, and they want to come back home very much. They want to the war to finish and the victory to happen. I'm feeling better here than I was in Ukraine during this war. I want this war to finish and I want to get back to home. But I'm afraid to live there. We do not know how long this war will continue, and the most important, our goal is to get as much as possible resources to provide children all the possible all possible things that they need, and to get them back as soon as the war stops to their homes. Maybe we'll try to make them a bit more happy than they were before. We'll continue to speak in Ukrainian because it's easier for me to do that in Ukrainian. So I'm a representative of one of the biggest in Turkey centralized projects, which is at the beginning of war started, and thanks to God we found such people as Ruslan and the embassy and associations that supported us in these directions. I'm sorry. I don't know, how can I use this? Okay, just a second. Here is some information concerning the situation that we have now in Ukraine. Everybody knows that war is lasting for 9 months already, and during these 9 months, a woman can give a birth to a child. So first children of war were already born. Every day we hear the gun sounds and they shoot at us. I just came back from Kiev. I know this from my own experience, and I saw this signal sirens, and I saw Kiev without electricity, without heating, without water in houses. Unfortunately, the war is continuing, and we really don't know when it's going to finish. And our most important aim and goal of our project is to save our children, to save the generation which is under our support now. This is some statistical data concerning the success of our project during its work from the very beginning. Almost 2,700 people and children that are working at this project, and they were here. These children were here during the last 9 months. The children from orphanages were here. The children from family-type orphanages were here, and also we have children who need help at like military soldiers, children and wives. Now in the project we have these children that you see on the picture. That's boys and girls, and we separated them by category of their age. So you see that we have small children under our support, and we have children, teenagers, so we have different groups by age. During all this project, we spent almost 3 million euro to make these children to get everything that they need. Of course, this money are spent for their living, for their insurance, for their food, for the education of these children, and any other needs that they require. The most important goal, aim of our project for 2023, as we do understand, and we do not know, unfortunately, when this war will finish, the only thing that we're sure about is that we will win. We know that Ukraine will win. But unfortunately, we don't know when this will happen, and we think that during 2023, we do have on the basis of our work, with our competence, we should get at least 1,000 children and adults who look after them. And this is the minimum that we can see for 2023 as we account for now. And we understand that this number of children will cost us about 322,000 euros per month. Now this money we get from different sources, but we do understand that the more money we get, the more children we can save and help them. So this is the cost for one child, the cost that we spent. We created the statistical data for the last 6 months, and we counted how much money did we spend for children. Except the main needs concerning food, living, we also think that our children have to get additional needs like medical help, because we can see that we have real examples of children who are under our support, and they need additional medical help. And this is real cases. These children really need additional medical help. Also, The aim of our project is to provide help and to continue helping the children that we have already, but we also plan to get as much as possible children from Ukraine to Turkey. And in any case, we have a lot of plans, but everything is dependent on the amount of money that we will be able to collect for all these activities. And as almost all from me, you do understand that children are our future. The only thing that I would like to add is now we see that children get these things every day. We have excursions in English. They do have food. They do eat fruit. They do have medical help that we can provide to them, and they get education, and they are living in such conditions that resemble very good camps, children camps, where they do have quite a healthy communication. So we have already this experience, and we need to develop this experience in the next year. And what I know for sure is that on the territory of Ukraine, we still have a lot of children that really require help. I don't know help of which country and which association, but if we already have some competence, we want to develop this and we want to help those children. This is how it looks like. You already definitely saw this before in the presentation. These are children that are under in this war, and children who are staying in with the help of this association is another picture. They look different, and that's all from my side. We would like the help might be done in a different way, and in the breaks our team will be ready to answer all your questions concerning the additional financing of our projects. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for your attention.
We would like to thank Ms. Tatiana. This was a very comprised presentation, and it was a good thing for us to hear all the details. Now I would like to turn to the institution of Ruslan Shostak. You are the major supporter of this project. Could you please tell us about the children in Antalya? As far as I understand from the previous presentation, there is a wish in order to bring more children to the country. What are the 2023 plannings? Could you please give us a summary about the activities planned for the next year?
Thank you very much for all the organizations that and organizers that invited me here. This is my first panel discussion during war, after the war started, and I remember that my last panel discussion was in January, and we were talking about a very interesting case about the world fragility. Black swans, and at that time I have a presentation about how difficult this world is, a world that will be fragile all the time, and everything that we can be, it's only crisis managers of our life. We all the time have to be organized and to be able to face any kind of issues that will happen with us in life. So this is what has happened to our company and our associations. We faced the war, and we made a decision that we will help all possible, all people that we can help. We will help orphans, we will have people, and we will help children who do not have any support, who do not have any help. And unfortunately, not everybody in this life managed to be a crisis manager. So at that time, I was in the embassy of Ukraine for the first time, and I remember when we, together with ambassador, were sitting after the war started in his room, and we were thinking, what can we do with children, how we can get them out of Ukraine. His wife also was there, and that time I do understood that the world is much bigger and the crisis managers are not enough. All people who were working on these questions, they were crisis managers. They were given very fast decisions. They were ready to help. Ukrainian embassy employees, they really inspired me a lot, because we as a managers, we can solve the crisis situations, and I thought that the state workers can't do this, but I was mistaken. Our state workers, our ambassador, his wife, they were really very serious crisis managers, and thanks to them all this happened. And I also agreed to have a speech on this panel just to say thank you to all who helped us a lot, because it's not only money. Beside that, we had a lot of state agreements, ministerial agreements, a lot of support, and I'm really grateful to all the Ukrainian associations that supported us. I didn't have even, I just had to say one word, and our children were getting everything they needed. And for our babies, we were providing nappies. We just said to those associations that we do need nappies, and just in some time, we had just a huge amount of nappies sent to Ukraine. So at that time, I really understand how Ukrainians are united, how they are open, and how they are ready to help everybody who is in a bad situation, because it was bad for all of us. And we tried to help as much as we could. Our work today, we have 2 projects now. First days we brought 106,000 children, but part of them, due to different reasons, had to come back to Ukraine, first of all because of their parents, and most of children are still here in Turkey, and we help them a lot. We also try to help the children of Ukrainian soldiers who died at war, children who lost their fathers. This was another program in our project, and now we are trying to continue to evacuate children. As you know, that there is a blackout in Ukraine, and the winter that is coming is going to be very difficult. So first of all, we are going to get out of Ukraine orphan kids. First of all, we all need this support. We all need this help. This is our united work with our Ukrainian associations and any kind of organization that are ready to help us. Another project that we are developing right now and are planning to start in spring, this is the children camp project. We have 120,000 orphan children in Ukraine that have very difficult psychological conditions right now, and we accepted, our organization and foundation made a decision to create a child camp that will be able to accept 1,000 children per month and change them every month. So we will be able to accept about 12,000 of children in our camps. We will be able to improve their health here on the seaside, maybe to help their psychological condition, to improve their health. That will allow them, when they are back to Ukraine, unfortunately, to continue to live in those not very comfortable conditions, but maybe it will be somehow help them and prepare them for new issues that they're going to face in Ukraine. And we hope that the war will finish very soon, but our project is taking into account the whole 2023 year support, the support throughout the year, and we are thinking to continue and think about new projects. So these are the key plans that we are preparing for the next year. I again want to say thank you to all the organizers, to all the volunteers, to all the Ukrainian associations, to ASAM Foundation, the Embassy of Ukraine, the Ministry of Turkey, the government of Turkey, for all that we get this help on all levels, a huge support we get on all levels, possibility to put our projects in life. And I really hope that we will continue to get this support, and we really hope that we all together are making the life of our children better and make their life happier. physical and psychological point of view, and we really hope that together with your support our country will be able to win as soon as possible. Thank you very much for all your help and support.
I would like to thank Mr. Ruslan. In 2023, there were 2 different projects that the activities were carried out. And in order to bring more children into Turkey, especially in the framework of the camp program, this was the wish that was aired here by when you were speaking. So psychosocial support dimension is very important. There is a vulnerable group of little-aged children, and to support them is a very critical issue. Also, to continue their access to education is very important, especially health issues are very important. So each actor has a component that it has to undertake. So thank you very much once again for your contributions. Now we would like to stick with our time frame. Therefore, I would like to turn to the hall if there is any contributions, any questions. The microphones will be provided by our friends in order to provide a translation. So there are no questions, no hands raised. Yes, please. Let's wait for the microphone for the translation.
Hello. Which language is better for me to speak, Ukrainian or Turkish?
We have different languages, so whichever language you wish.
I will speak in Ukrainian. We are from Kocaeli. My name is Irina. Now we have a lot of people coming here from occupied Crimea. As you know, in Russia, mobilization has started, and especially they are trying to get rid of Tatars, Chechens, and other nationalities. And you know that from Crimea, you know that the occupation of Crimea is lasting for 8 years already, and we got some citizens from Crimea with their local passports. Maybe we heard that there is some kind of, how do you call it, a long-term residence permit, but they have to wait 7 or 8 months for that residence permit. Is there any way to help that Crimean citizens to let them get Ukrainian foreign passports? This is for the first question. And the note that they are Tatars. This is the second, and to get this long-term residence permit as quick as possible. This is.
I think we should extend the microphone to Mr. Ambassador, also to the PDM representative.
I can see 2 different questions. First question is about our work, our activities. We do our work, and we are working with Crimean Tatars already through the internet and personally. So we already have possibilities for them to make this Ukrainian passport, and we have some physical problems that the document it's not. We cannot get the documents from Ukraine very fast. It can take up to 3 months, but here we can do it faster. We also have an issue with electronic registration, and unfortunately we have these kind of problems, but we are communicating individually with any person who is coming to us. And if you can't find your place in Eton, or if you know somebody who needs help, please let them know that they have to call to us. Concerning the question of how to get Turkish documents, registrations, I think, I don't know who can help on this question, but it's not about us. We can do only Ukrainian documents. Okay, first of all, we have to get the Ukrainian passport first, not the local one, but the foreign passport, to let and as you know, people couldn't get those kind of documents because they were occupied. Yes, I do know that situation. Maybe somebody can help to answer the question concerning the application for Turkish documents and getting Turkish documents.
Our general director from the PDMM actually had to leave early, but let's take this as a let's put it in the agenda of the meeting minutes. Let's be an intermediary in order to extend this message, so this can be a help from our side because he had to leave early. There is a hand raised at the back of the hall. Hello, first of all, I am the Anatolian coordination of ASAM. Our center is in Ankara. We are actually supporting the refugees. Our friends, when they inform us about the vulnerability of the refugees, we are actually providing priority to the ones that are needing in needy position in an immediate status. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ayşenur. We also have this call center service that we are providing. I actually forgot that I was from Assam. I was so into my role of moderator. Is there any other questions? Yes, please. Second row. Hello. How many people, what is needed, what is required? ASAM actually informed us about all this. Thank you very much. But I have sent two children with cancer to ASAM, but 24 years blood cancer. But later, your representative said that it was a very costly for the treatment, 4,000 Turkish liras plus food. But there is war in Ukraine, and the kid has cancer. We have sent money, but this is very difficult. A minimum 35,000 euros is required in order to afford this operation. 15,000 Ukrainians are in Alanya currently, 15,000. This 15,000, the total of this population, at least have in a family one child. And there are women and elderly people and young people, less men present among this population. We always tell in Ukraine we don't have too much men, but women and people living in poor conditions and children have a large number. ASAM is talking about questionnaires, but there is no results and there is no outcome. Thank you very much for your comments. We are taking this as a note with regards to our activities in Antalya. Our friend is actually raising her hand because there's a case study. There is and cash aid has actually a limit in emergency cases, but in such cases that you've mentioned, these are very difficult situations. So I would like to leave the word to Mr. Uğur. I think he's going to give a more comprehensive response. I actually understand your sensitivity with regards to this issue, and we also understand the local associations. They are also handling these kind of dossiers. And in Antalya recently, especially in Alanya, there is people consulting in Alanya, and there has been a meeting that was held in the summer in our office there to the mission that we were going to have in Alanya. In our presentation, you will see that these are the issues that we will touch base with. The communication details can be taken by our office, and then we will be dealing with that. And so, of course, with regards to similar cases, I will be dealing with these in our next presentation. I would like to say something about the questionnaires and bureaucratic process that was aired by the participant. As an NGO in Turkey, to serve a population, a community with regards to migration and asylum has some issues that needs to be regulated. So as an association, we are not developing these legislations, but we are trying to inform the stakeholders in a timely manner, in an informative manner. We have to take necessary measures in order to there are Syrians, Afghans, Iraqis, and Irani people, a lot of population, a lot of refugees in Turkey currently. There is a lot of people coming from different nations in Turkey, and also the population coming from Ukraine after the Ukrainian war. We have to first understand this part of the population and understand their needs, and after that, to come up with a vulnerability evaluation in Bursa, in Edirne, Istanbul, Edirne. We have made followed up a lot of activities in this regard. First, we have to know the population, get to know the population in order to come up with the correct results. So therefore, the groups are different. The population groups are different from one another. So we're sorry if we are tiring you, but to carry out these activities is very important in order to planify the process. So thank you very much for your understanding. If there is other questions or other contributions, thank you. I have a second question. Questionnaires, I know. I asked about that, but a lot of people are in need of help currently, in this very moment, like rents, minimum in Alanya and Antalya, 750 euros. There's been an increase in prices. So people, for instance, there's a problem with food. People are poor. Yes, there are people that need help, so we are helping them. I have helped a lot of people in Alanya, but we are in a very difficult situation. Our Ukrainian people are in need of support, of money, of things to wear, and this is a very difficult process. Yes, you are very right. It's been over 9 months a period. People coming here with their own savings. Those savings have come to an end, and there's also shelter need. There's people from NGOs and from embassies and our embassy. Everyone actually is trying to help and contribute in some way or another. These are all emergency and principal needs. I know we are actually keeping eye contact right now. I can tell them to take notes Of course, if there's any more need to us as ASAM, we're going to be there. We can keep up the work in details. Thank you very much. Next question, please. Hello, first of all, I'm coming from Kocaeli, from the Kocaeli Ukrainian Association. Of course, health is the major issue that we have a problem with. Last week, this was a family that we have encountered last week. The kid was not feeling good, so the emergency, he was brought to the emergency care, but there was no physician available because it was Sunday. This was the Kocaeli University Hospital, and this was a very problematic situation for us because this family called us, and we came to the hospital in order to help them. And the prices were incredible because, as you know, in emergency care, this should be free of charge. Gradually, how this procedure works, could you please explain this, if there's an opportunity to explain this? Because this is a problem that we're facing very much in emergency services. The kid was hospitalized, and it was a very difficult situation, and we were not welcome in the room because they were telling us to pay for the emergency service. They were talking about 7,000 Turkish liras. This was an incredible amount. We have talked to every unit in the hospital, to the accounting department, to the director of the hospital, because the family was not available to afford this, and the kid was hospitalized for 4 or 5 days, and we're talking about 40,000 Turkish liras. We went to the Kocaeli municipality, we went to the AK Party. They called, of course, the hospital, but still they got 10,000. The hospital got 10,000 Turkish liras. So in such a case of emergency with regards to health issues, who can we keep in touch with? Because there is a telephone number, but we could not receive any information from that telephone number on Saturday. In such a condition, what should I do? With whom we shall keep in contact with? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to leave the floor to Uğur. He will give you information on that, and of course, with regards to services related to health issues in details.
As I said a while ago, the representatives of local Ukrainian NGOs, if you allow me, the next presentation will be covering these topics, but for these type of cases, we would like to hear from you, and we were expecting to hear from you, and we were prepared for such questions. The headquarters office of our office, can you kindly stand up? We have Ukrainian interpreters team at our headquarters, and they are working at consultancy line. They stood up so that you can see during the coffee breaks or during the lunch break. If you have any this type of emergency cases, you can contact them, and we will pay special attention to these cases communicated through these representatives. Any other person who would like to have the floor? I guess no. Then we declare the end of the panel session. Now, at the coffee break, then we will go with the second session. I would like to thank all panel speakers for their contributions. Thank you very much for joining us, and see you in the next panel session. Coffee break now. Enjoy your coffee. Thank you, all speakers. A brief reminder, immediately on the right side of the conference room, there is an attendance list, and you are kindly invited to put your signature in the attendance list during the break. Thank you, and bon appétit. Kindly invite Andrei Bilek, Consul of Ukraine in Ankara. Mr. Bilek, you are kindly invited to the podium as the first speaker of the panel session.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Good afternoon, international partners. Good afternoon, all the associations from different regions of Turkey. Thank you very much for the organization, for the opportunity to participate in this event and provide you the information that is about protection of Ukrainian citizen rights, protection of children's rights, and for those that are already on the territory of Turkey and for those that had to come to Turkey with the beginning of this war of Russia against Ukraine, which started on 24th of February this year. According to the data that we have before war, on the territory of Turkey, we had 38,000 of Ukrainian citizens living here in Turkey. It's according to the data. These are the regions of Istanbul, Antalya, Ankara, and other regions. And in general, the population of Ukraine was spread all around Turkey before war. And according to the official data, it was 38,000 Ukrainians. After war started, we had people coming here temporarily, and according to the agreement that we have between Turkey and Ukraine, and unfortunately, the war has corrected these numbers, and a lot of Ukrainian people had to leave the occupied Ukrainian territories and the territories that were close to fight regions and had to leave to Turkey. And according to the data that we have today from our colleagues of the migration services, we had about 600,000 citizens that came to Turkey. Most of them have left Turkey already, but for today we have about 60,000 of people here, Ukrainian people. Mostly these are women and children. As you know, men till 61-year-old are forbidden to leave Ukraine. So this is the situation that Embassy of Ukraine has faced in Istanbul and Ankara and Antalya. 60,000 citizens, Ukrainian citizens that need our help. These are most women and children. They need support. They do have rights for living. They do have rights for first needs, like medical needs. Also, they do have right for education, medicine, and other needs also. Our embassy, together with another diplomatic organizations in Turkey, faced with a lot of applications that are becoming higher and higher comparing to the period before war. But unfortunately, the workers in embassy, the number of workers is the same, so we cannot do this work in time, and we have to optimize the services such as providing documentation, first aid. Extreme situations also needed help, but unfortunately that's not enough, and we are trying to find another ways of realizations of protection the rights of our citizens. Also, we know that there are some associations that are working on the territory of Turkey, and our citizens, our volunteers are working there. One of the examples of cooperation with embassy is an association, ASAM, and we are very grateful to this organization because this is one of those that made the decision to protect our citizens' rights. It's not only legal help, it's also medical, free medical help. It's also about transportation around territory, and they help sometimes our citizens to get from Ukraine or to Ukraine. They pay for tickets of buses and trains. Also, some helped us a lot in questions of providing shelter for Ukrainian citizens together with local associations, Ukrainian associations, and on its own as well. In many cities, I do not speak about centralized organizations, but we have hostels the hostels were created and they are used for Ukrainian citizens who managed to apply for embassy for a shelter and to get it for free and to get shelter for their children for some period of time. And I also want to thank a lot for some organization for all the work done. And also I would like to pay your attention to our international partners because some structure has a lot of experience, 27 years of experience, but according to the number of citizens, we do need much more help and much more support. These kind of organizations like FAO, UNICEF, UNSR are a priority for us, including the countries that they represent here in Turkey. I also would like to highlight some problems that we face for today and to ask for international help and support in the directions that embassy and our diplomatic organizations have to realize their functions. Taking into account the number of citizens, Ukrainian citizens here in Turkey, one of our priority directions is international status, international protection, which is available in Turkey, which is it's not the refugee status as in other countries, but the statistics data show that out of 60,000 of citizens, Ukrainian citizens, only 5,000 or 6,000 of them do have this status, international status. Of course, this is not the number that is sufficient for Ukrainian needs, because without this status, Ukrainians here in Turkey do not have right for free education and other social guarantees from Turkey. To get international protection status for Ukrainian citizens is very important, and not all citizens are trying to get it. Of course, we definitely have problems of getting this status. Those citizens that do not have international protection become that they cannot use their rights here in Turkey. So for us as an embassy, ASAM is an alternative of international protection organization, and the help of our international partners is very important for us in the direction that I will specify now. If there is no international protection status for a Ukrainian citizen, then we try to find another way of realization their rights, like right for living here in Turkey. To get to Turkey, Ukrainian people have to get through Romania and Bulgaria or any other countries. They can't come directly to Turkey, and taking into account the family connections and optimal conditions for living in Turkey, Ukrainian citizens didn't choose only Poland, they also chose Turkey as a protection country. That's why our associations and our embassy always search for a place for temporary living here in Turkey for Ukrainian citizens. We had a period of 3 months, a period of 6 months. Now we have 9 months period already. Ukrainian citizens, they are not tourists, and that's why they have a lot of problems with facing here. They do need secure living here. There are some extreme situations happening to them right now, and besides living issues, this is also medical help. Without international protection status in Turkey, medical protection is not the right that they can use, and we are very grateful to our international partners for the projects of free medicine help for Ukrainian citizens. We are working with, cooperating with Ministry of Health of Turkey and different other different structures who are responsible for these questions. And as I said before, among the 60,000, more than 10 of them are children. the children that continue to study, to get online education from Ukraine, they do have right for education, and of course they do have conditions to learn Turkish language, but beside Turkish and Turkish education, children do have their right for Ukrainian education, and creation of such schools for Ukrainian children in different regions is also very important, and associations unfortunately cannot do this on their own, because they do not have enough financing, enough conditions for creating this kind of Ukrainian schools, and not enough personnel as well who can provide these kind of services for Ukrainian children. That's why the question and education projects are also very important, and today we can see the Ukrainian living in Turkey is not in a united way. Mostly Ukrainian citizens are living in Antalya, Istanbul, Trabzon, Hatay, Iskenderun. And as before, we have a lot of Ukrainians in Adana and Mersin, and their number is getting higher. And of course, it is very important to protect our children and their rights to education and development. Associations have different projects that they're working on such Saturday schools. They also have projects on psychological rehabilitation of our children. They also have projects on children development, project on children's development who do need special protection. We are also working with orphan children, orphans, and today some associations will present their projects, and we would like if you put attention to their projects and take into account these projects when maybe you will be making decisions about financials, and maybe you also can directly contact them, the people who are working here on these projects. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, I will be ready to answer. Немає мікрофона. No mic. We were talking today with children who do not have parents, children to whom Ruslan Shostak helps, and now I would like to pay your attention to problems to children who came here with their parents, and we know that their money is finishing, and they need a residence permit. I think they get about 1,300 Turkish liras for a child, and parents are getting medical insurance, the cheapest one, and when they face medical issues, medical checkup problems, for example, or if child is ill and there are some diseases, we know that there's a lot of infections right now. They go to hospitals, and it really needs a lot of money. Is there any possibilities in embassy maybe to talk to migration services? Maybe I don't talk about a free living here. It's the most critical age, 12, 13 age of 12 and 13 years, and they do need the most protection from the environment. But maybe the migration services can somehow increase the insurance that will cover these kind of diseases like now around, and maybe somehow the money that they spend for living will be lowered, because adults somehow can get some pills and medicine, and they will get rid of those diseases. But we do understand that for children it's much more important, because whatever happens to a child, we definitely have to run to a hospital, and it's very expensive. Are there any steps from embassy side maybe to talk to migration services to make these costs lower? I think that the one they are paying now is very much expensive. Yeah, this is a very good question, and 1,300 Turkish liras for one child, it's a very little amount for a child. For an insurance, because insurance costs $250 sometimes for a day. I know this amount of money. It's from the very beginning of war. we have negotiations with migration services. We did have a lot of meetings here in Turkey, and we stated this issue, the issue about payments, and this is about the agreement between Ukraine and Turkey, solidarity agreement, but they cannot make it lower because the same cost is in Ukraine. That's why the question of payment for this living cannot be lowered, and no exception can be done now from Turkish side for Ukrainian citizens, because this will affect a lot the citizens of other countries, that are living on the territory of Turkey. If you think about the Syrian refugees, the number of which is about 5 million here in Turkey, so this will be not a very good decision, but we do understand your question, we do understand your problem. That's why, as migration services explained to us, international protection is free of charge. So please, you have to apply for international protection, but sometimes you cannot get it in that fast way that you want, especially in some regions of Turkey. But in any kind of question, if you have any wishes, we do talk to migration services and we try to solve this question. If we cannot get a status that we were talking about, then we have to make an application for international protection. And we are trying not to affect, we are trying to negotiate and get what we want. And this is very important. Concerning the medical insurance, a lot of Ukrainian citizens are stated as tourists. They do not have international protection. We also have a lot of negotiations with insurance companies to increase the level of insurance guarantees. In Turkey, we did have some offers. We were talking with different companies that provide good conditions for insurance and cover higher percentage or high amount of money for Ukrainian citizens. So we're working on this. And of course, ASAM has a project on free of charge medical services for Ukrainian citizens. And of course, UNICEF Association is helping on this. And yesterday I had a telephone conversation with Kazalai organization, and they are talking about, they're also negotiation with them about the free medical services for Ukrainian citizens, and maybe later they will talk a bit more about their project. Any more questions? We have one more category of children which came here to Turkey in the beginning of war, and they do not have parents or any caregivers here, and they live with their relatives. This category is not large, but it is here, and these children do not have any opportunity to be provided with international protection. And the second, they do not have residence permits. And if we have this problem where we have to apply for medical services for these kids, or maybe some educational problems. Thank you very much for your question. In case of no parents or caregivers who can apply on behalf of these kids for international protection, we do have humanitarian residence permit, and this is about this situation exactly. So as an alternative, we had such things, such cases. People apply to us for these kind of questions, and they do get this international document. Yeah, you can get to international humanitarian services for this. If you have any other questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bilik. Now we have a presentation from ASAM. Two of my colleagues are going to deliver a presentation and then try to answer questions. Tetiana Akçar and Uğur Oruç I would like to invite them to the floor. They will also respond to your questions and deliver a presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tetiana Akçar. I'm Ukrainian. In 2014, I was in Ukraine. I still was in Ukraine. I'm from Kharkiv, which is in the east part of Ukraine. And when the first invasion from Russia to our country appeared and the first regions were occupied, a lot of internally displaced persons came to my city, and I was among those volunteers, psychologists who were meeting those IDPs at the railway station. And after that, I had chance to work in NGO with Ukrainians who had to leave their houses and flee to other cities. And in 2016, I moved to Turkey and I resumed my studying here. But unfortunately, on 24th of February 2022, there was a full-scale invasion, and the full-scale war started in Ukraine, and I didn't know what to do or where to go because I felt that I have to help people from Ukraine, my citizens, and I was planning to turn back to Ukraine. But still I saw that a lot of people, a lot of Ukrainians were coming to Turkey, and they were trying to find places here to just escape the war. And then I learned that ASAM started a project, the emergency response to the humanitarian problem, and I became a part of this team which is helping now Ukrainians in Turkey.
Welcome, dear distinguished guests. My name is Uğur Oruç. I've been working with ASAM for more than 7 years now, and now I am a program officer, mainly focused on the Ukrainian war ongoing and to those who has been misplaced from their hometowns and now are living in our country, those Ukrainian civilians. And as ASAM, we have been on the field for more than 27 years now. And when the Ukrainian war began, we initiated an emergency response operation in the border of the Ukraine and Poland. And we have deployed a team, an emergency team, and we were on the field at the very beginning of March 2022. At first, our team operated some needs assessment studies, and also in order to come up with a solution to those people who were vulnerable at the border side of Ukraine and Poland, to those people who fled their homes on the eastern part of the Ukraine already. So at this part about our operation in Poland and Ukraine, my colleague Irem is going to be explaining you in details in a couple of minutes after our presentation. But for now, let us start with the activities we have been conducting in Türkiye. Please.
So first of all, let me start from the general situation. And Turkey is not neighboring country by land, but still Ukrainians were trying to escape from the war, to save their lives, save their children. So Turkey became one of the countries that is now let's say, kind of second house for now on. And So according to the situation on Ukrainian refugees, the individual refugees from Ukraine recorded across Europe almost 8 million people, and refugees from Ukraine registered for temporary protection or similar national protection schemes in Europe, almost 5 million people, and number of Ukrainians crossing border from Ukraine, more than 16 million, and border crossing back to Ukraine still more than 8 million people. So, though Turkey is not, as I mentioned before, a neighboring country with direct land borders with Ukraine, the flow of Ukrainians coming to Turkey had an increased trend since February 2022, as before Mr. Bildik mentioned it in his speech. As well, according to the information received from the Embassy of Ukraine in Turkey, while the number of Ukrainians who came to Turkey in July was 181,000. This number is 550,000 as a peak. However, the embassy also stated that despite the fact that the number of new arrivals is increasing, there are a significant number of Ukrainians who left Turkey for the third country resettlement or voluntarily repatriation purposes. And till now, the unofficial data that we have, the number of Ukrainians in Turkey is indicated as between 50,000 and 100,000 people. Most of Ukrainian citizens who came to Turkey prefer to settle in big cities such as Istanbul, Ankara, Izmir, Muğla, Bursa, Antalya, considering factors such as job opportunities in the cities, the power of Ukrainian diaspora that we have here today as our guest too, and as asylum opportunities. For example, Meskhetian Turks, Crimea Tatars, and Gagauz Turks prefer to settle in Bursa, Kırklareli, and Eskişehir. The initial mass flow from Ukraine to Turkey was based on several factors, such as Turkey is a familiar country for Ukrainians in terms of tourism, and many people, as it was mentioned before, they have their acquaintances or their relatives already living here. On the other hand, due to the panic and rapid evacuation, some people took the first bus moving out of the country without even questioning where those buses were going, where was the destination point, so they arrived to Turkey. As the war extended to a longer period, Ukrainians who initially came to Turkey left the country. They returned to Ukraine or they moved to other European countries. So the legal status that Ukrainians may obtain here, and accordingly to the Turkish law, Ukrainians can apply for international protection, humanitarian residence, or touristic residence permit after 90 days of their stay. Since Ukraine is a member state of the Council of Europe, Ukrainians can obtain refugee status according to the Turkish legislation. And since March 11th, Presidency of Migration Management has not made any announcement on the number of Ukrainians newcomers or the number of Ukrainians national international protection applicants in Turkey. In other words, there is no recent official statement regarding the total number of Ukrainians entered and left Turkey since February 2022 by relevant authorities. So I would like to talk about general problems that Ukrainians have, and they request to find help from our organization and how we help them on a daily basis. So the first issue, and it's registration. So when I'm in a foreign country, what should I do? Where should I go? How can I register? How can I be legal here? And in these cases, we refer them to Provincial Directorate of Migration Management, and we have support on legal petitions. If there is issues about legal documentation because people were just escaping from their houses, they didn't think about translation of their official documents, legal documents. So we support by the interpretation for the documents provided by embassy, for example, because children need to continue their education here and to be enrolled in Turkish schools. They need some documents stated that the level of education the kids had or obtained in Ukraine. So the next one is unmet basic needs. In this case, we distribute assistant kits like hygiene kits or food kits and so on. In case of the language barrier, we can't, for example, we refer to language courses that the Turkish government has and the municipalities provides. In the case of educational problems, we have counseling for school enrollment, the places where kids can get their educations, and in medical needs, we refer to medical centers, arranging appointments, and as it was mentioned before, also we help with the cash assistance. On this slide, you can see some pictures of our missions or the actions we took. For example, one of the pictures is the interview of refugees at Gölbaşı dormitory when we had to find out the problems and needs of the refugees staying who were in Ankara. On the other picture, you can see the educational kit delivery, and there was an event for children on Children's Day, 23rd of April. So let me tell about some social activities that we made so far, so on. For example, or we took part or we collaborated with the other organization to take these actions. There was a YAS camp, Yıldırım Beyazıt YAS camp under the Ministry of YAS and Sports in cooperation with the Ukrainian Association in Ankara. It took place in June and July. And during that event, some provided transportation and food kits to the participants. In total, there were 60 people. Among them, mostly there were women and children. As I mentioned before about the dormitory in Gölbaşı, first of all, this dormitory was allocated on a voluntary basis, and it was arranged till the end of June and as a temporary shelter for Ukrainian refugees. And about 30 families were residing there, and we visited them, and during the protection interview that was taken that was held at the dormitory by our team, ASAM team, those in need of medical treatment or medication and doctor's examination were identified, and the team organized appointments with the Çankaya Polyclinics, which works under an agreement with UNHCR and may be assessed by irregular migrants. 19th of August, we visited children in Antalya, in Beldibi and Side, as it was mentioned before about the situation that the children had to be evacuated from Ukraine, and they were under state care for unconfined and separated. They were brought from Ukraine, and the time we could we were in coordination and cooperation with Antalya Provincial Directorate and Family and Social Services, and with the support provided by UNICEF, we could deliver some supply items like family hygiene kits, baby hygiene kits, children hygiene kits, stationary kits, including early childhood education and learn at home materials. So they were distributed to the mentioned group. At the same time, those same materials were also delivered to Ukrainian children and families that are settled in different cities in Turkey. One of our action was a visit to Yozgat Accommodation and Reception Center. There are about 100 women and girls, and among those women and girls there are 11 Ukrainians, 4 adults and 7 children. Also we hold an interview for them, and we found out the risks and what their needs, and also we delivered some kits and some stationery materials for them. On 14th of October, there was a visit to Eskişehir Crimea Tatars. There is a big diaspora of Tatars there, so as I mentioned before, Crimea Tatars, they are willing to move to such cities, and because they have support there. And approximately 36 families consisting of 95 individuals were reached, assessed and assisted. The majority of the community was previously hosted in the dormitory, and they were evacuated by the end of the summer, with some newcomers from Crimea recently due to the mobilization that also was mentioned before. And this mobilization announced by the Russian government. So, would you like to tell?
Yes. Before that, let me please. I can come up with a couple of words in order to just summarize our services and actions, actually. First of all, this slide can just sum up everything that we have been providing as services to those who are in need. At the right corner on the bottom side, you can see our Antalya office. We were not operational in Antalya until the Ukrainian and Russian war started. And afterwards, as we have seen, so many Ukrainian guests, so many migrants coming from over there who were in need. So we decided to be operational in the city also. Before that, the generational cases that we call, including the Syrians, Iraqians, Iranians, etc., they weren't that much high populated in the city. So the main reason that we are now operational in Antalya is based on mostly the Ukrainian conflict ongoing. And on the other hand, in the middle picture, these visits lead us to a protection assessment. First of all, whoever comes and knocks on our door, whoever would like to visit us in terms of people in need, we create a protection assessment system at first. It doesn't matter if those people are reaching us via counseling line or coming face-to-face to our offices. We initiate protection assessment procedures first. And then these assessments can lead us to some case management studies in which we go in more focus or deeper period of taking action appropriate for everyone who are in need. And on the other hand, we provide, after these assessments conducted, we provide assistances accordingly based on the needs that Tetiana mentioned just before. We provide food kits, we provide hygiene kits, stationary kits, whatever comes into your mind. And on the left bottom side, you can see some colorful sides of our main actions. These events also take place in some certain actions that we take. In this picture, you can see a demonstration of our events taking place in one of our offices in the World Children's Day. Please. And also, recently, a couple of weeks ago, a group of 34 orphans from Odessa, Ukraine, came to Turkey, and it was an agreement at the ministerial level of Ukrainian and Turkish family ministries. So the children were mostly having the chronic or critical medical issues, so they were brought over here. They were also unaccompanied children, and also the Ukrainian local staff who have been giving care to those children were also brought to the center. And we have provided interpretation during the settlement of the children and the staff to the facilities, and also upon the assessments and the initial needs, the center was provided with 20 bedpans, 280 hygiene kits, 30 stationary kits for each age group individually, and a projector, 9 tablets, and several baby formulas. And the further assistance kits are going to be planned to be distributed in the near future. And also in the visual that you can see that our First Lady, Emine Erdoğan, also paid a visit to the center. And yes, we may continue.
So another action and another event that was made by us, ASAM, it was and in collaboration with Childhood Without War, to raise awareness about Ukrainian children who are here in Turkey due to the war in Ukraine. So the concert of Jamala was organized, and Jamala is quite famous Ukrainian singer. She's a Crimea Tatar singer, and she was the winner of the 2016 Eurovision Song Contest and the Atlantic Council 2022 Distinguished Artistic Leadership Award. And so she sang her songs for the Ukrainian child victims of the war, and around 2,000 people were present there, and the majority of them were Ukrainians. Also, these concerts were translated online on Migrant TV. These are the services and activities provided, implemented by ASAM in response to the Ukrainians coming to Turkey. Would you like to tell more?
First of all, we are providing with the provision of protection services that I just mentioned to you for social, legal, health, educational, and psychological support. And also meeting the demands from the relevant governmental bodies and organizations regarding the translation support and the humanitarian aid terms. On the other hand, we are assisting for identifying the needs of vulnerable and at-risk individuals and providing financial assistance when required, such as cash assistance, accommodation, travel assistance, and other appropriate attorney fees, rent support, e-voucher cards, etc. And also identifying out-of-school children between the ages 5 and 17 to provide counseling about available educational services and make proper referrals to the appropriate educational pathways. And reaching the vulnerable Ukrainians residing in urban and rural areas throughout the PDMMs, the Ukrainian associations, and other referrals, we provide transfer. Providing social counseling through the counseling line that we mentioned, and we are going to share with you in a couple of slides later, counseling line with Ukrainian and Russian language options. After the war began in March, we have taken immediate action in order to provide right information for those who are in need and who didn't know what to do before and after coming to Turkey. So, and as last, strengthening the vulnerable refugee children, adolescents, and their families emotionally, and promoting social cohesions via our events that we have been organizing.
Also, I would like to mention about the capacity building seminars that were organized for Ukrainian Association in Turkey. And ASAM, in partnership with UNICEF, has organized a series of trainings, and so far also on 1st and 2nd of December 2022, there was a second round of the training series, and it was held in Antalya. In the first training, there were approximately 40 participants from 13 Ukrainian associations that took part in this training. And in the second round, there were 17 associations which took part in the training, and about 33 participants from those associations. And this education was aimed to strengthen the capacity of association through the provision of key terminology and legislative framework in the field of migration, as well as available social assistance, protection mechanism for asylum seekers and refugees in Turkey. And in addition, there was a session where representatives of Ukrainian association had a chance to share their experience and the challenges they faces for the last few months in relationship to the Ukrainians coming to Turkey after the war. Also, we have collaboration and memorandum of understanding between ASAM and Ukrainian association in Ankara, with the head of this association, Yulia Biletska. At the same time, there was a donation event which was organized with the participation of the US ambassador to Turkey, Jeff Flake, and there was an event for children, and they were giving learning books, and they were giving learning kits. So it was through the program of UNICEF and ASAM. On 12 October 2022, there was organized to the Consulate General of Ukraine in Istanbul meeting, so there were some topics raised, some questions discussed. On the 27th of October, there was a meeting with general situation of the Ukraine in Antalya and Turkey, general and attendance of the special representative of the Secretary General of the Council of Europe for Migration and Refugees. So some questions were discussed again, and some topics were discussed. And according to our observation in the field, Ukrainians expect local authorities, especially Provincial Directorate of Migration Management, to provide further assistance on the following issues. First of all, to increase the duration of 90 days of the 90 days visa to at least 6 months or 1 year, to provide apostille-free documents for documents obtained from Ukraine, because to settle down here, to continue education and other topics that are urgent, and issues that are urgent. So most probably their apostille, the documents with apostille are in request, and to provide the most systematic accommodation opportunity for unaccompanied and orphan children rather than current options, to provide Ukrainian-speaking interpreters rather than Russian interpreters there during the registration process. So at the same time, we have informative contest broadcast via Migrant TV for Ukrainians. So it was an urgent response to the situation in Ukraine, to the war in Ukraine, and because many people were coming here and they didn't know what to do, how to do, what kind of rights they have, what kind of documents they have obtained. So such videos were taken in Ukrainian. They were informative, so people may watch the videos, they may get the information. Also, there are some videos about monkeypox awarenesses, about the illness, and some additional information, as well as broadcast with Alvaro Rodriguez. So now I would like to talk more about the data we obtained and what we found out. Would you like to?
In terms of numbers, you can see the Ukrainian beneficiaries at the graphic reached between February and by the end of the October. And 50% of the Ukrainians living in Turkey are women who are mostly single parents with some children. And as you can see, maximum of 10% of Ukrainians here in Turkey are adult men due to the obvious reasons: ongoing war in Ukraine. And at the heat map, as you can see, these are reflecting the numbers of Ukraine with high population to the lower, all over the country. And as you may see at the right side, Elazığ is a bit more busier than it used to be. And with those people coming from dormitories all over Edirne, Kırklareli, Bursa, and Eskişehir are now transferred to a container camp ongoing in Elazığ. And the beneficiaries we have reached in between these dates are mostly, again, women, adult women. And the top 10 specific needs of beneficiaries, adult beneficiaries in Turkey are mostly unmet basic needs and no access to services, no legal documentation that Tatiana mentioned before, single parents, and chronic illnesses. The age groups, as again you can see that considerably bigger yellow side is adult women. Legal counseling subtopics that we have been receiving due to calls coming to our counseling line are mostly about the counseling about international protection, procedures, residence types, etc. And also we have been providing information about general counseling and also making proper legal referrals. And also assistances that we have been providing to the Ukrainian beneficiaries are mostly e-voucher cards, which is e-coupons that you can use in the nationwide markets. And also we provide cash assistances, kits, accommodation, rent, hygiene kits, transportation, etc. Our main goal at the counseling line is mostly about the social counseling, the social rights that Ukrainian people may reach within Turkey, and also legal counseling, health counseling, education, and PSS. We have reached around 3,200 people so far in the Ukrainian terms, and they have been provided with more than 4,000 counselings via counseling line. The assistances we provided you can see on the top, and in terms of e-vouchers we have provided for more than almost 125,000 Turkish liras, and the other types of assistances as you may see reflected on the left top. This is the basic information about our counseling line. We have implemented Russian and Ukrainian language options after June, I guess. And we have been providing 5 weekdays, starting from 9 to 5:30.
Maybe it's good to mention that 5 counselors are working at the counseling line, and at the same time 5 workers can answer the call simultaneously.
Mm-hmm. And also most of our counseling line Ukrainian applicants call from mainly from the metropolitan cities of Turkey, like Ankara, Antalya, Istanbul, Eskişehir, and Izmir. And
May I add also we are receiving calls not only from all over Turkey, but from Ukraine and other European countries. So people are calling us and asking about the help we may provide them and what is the first step when they arrive to Turkey.
Correct. Now I would like to call my colleague İrem in order for her to make a representation about the actions and the response that we have provided in Ukraine and Poland. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Uren Tatiana, for very beneficial information. And while we were consolidating our efforts in Turkey, I would like to talk briefly about what we have done abroad for Ukrainian response of ASAM, both in Poland and Ukraine. So since the very beginning of the crisis, we have been trying to explore how we could contribute to the efforts in Ukraine for the conflict-affected people. So that in the beginning, our first team has been deployed to Poland to understand the situation and to see how ASAM could contribute to the efforts. So they have been into places that... There has been a problem with the presentation. Anyways. There has been in many places close to the bordering areas to Ukraine, and the first observations was that even though the humanitarian assistance was being received, the delivery or distribution of this humanitarian assistance was not made in a timely and efficient manner, so that we thought we could transfer the expertise of ASAM since that we have been active in the field level since 1995 to this sudden influx of newcomers in Poland. But at the same time, we have been observing the situation in Ukraine very closely as well, and since the beginning, we were actively taking part in the refugee response plan, both in the Polish working groups and both in the Ukrainian working groups. So that we have been informed about the situation, and we have contacted with the UN agencies working in Poland and in Ukraine. We have been in constant communication with the Ukrainian embassy here and the Turkish embassy in Warsaw, and also the Ukrainian embassy in Warsaw. And we have contacted with our already existing and new partners in Poland, and we try to enhance our cooperation with them in the context of Ukrainian refugee response in Poland. And we signed an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with Polish Migration Forum, and we are still continuing our cooperation with them. And we also started our cooperation with some of the local business associations that are also linked to the Turkish diaspora living there. And we have been in engagement with Turkpol, Turkish-Polish Association of Businessmen, and we are still in contact with them for our efforts in Poland. And when it comes to Ukraine, we wanted to understand the situation in place, and we went to Lviv to see how was the situation of the IDPs and what we could do to support the already existing efforts of the civil society organizations. We had held a meeting with the Lviv municipality, and their experiences were shared, and they told us about how was the response and the situation at the field level, and we have talked about what we could do together to support their efforts. Of course, we acknowledge that it's very important to support the local capacities of the already existing civil society organizations and the state authorities, and to bring about an added value, which would be our experience in Turkey with the refugee communities for more than 25 years. And we met with the local partners in Ukraine. We went to Truskavets city, and we made an agreement with the Kolo Charity Foundation, who has been supporting the IDP populations in Lviv and in Truskavets since the very beginning in the offsets of the conflict. We have visited a sanatorium and a school which was converted to emergency shelters after the onset of the Ukrainian crisis. And in Truskavets, we have visited the sanatorium, which was 3 kilometers away from the city center. And what we have seen is that most of the people were coming from the eastern side of the country, which was highly affected by the conflict. And the needs were mainly based on the medicine, the medical supplies, the bottles, diapers, the hygiene kits, mostly for the mothers and the newborns. And also, we saw that they were continuing their education online, but there was still some need for support for this context. And for the schools, they were also converted into temporary accommodation centers in the beginning of the conflict. And the school that we visited in Truskavets were hosting 100 people, but it was used at that moment, but it was used by 800 people already since the beginning. And we have seen that the hygienic conditions could be improved, and there would be some need for psychosocial support for the people who were staying in that accommodation center. And in our last visit in October, we had another meeting with the mayor of Lviv, and he has informed us that there has been 5 million IDPs from all over the country that passed through Lviv. And at that moment, there were 150,000 IDPs who were registered to be residing in Lviv. It's not in the PowerPoint presentation, but I would like to add one more thing here. The mayor of Lviv informed us that they were trying to create a circle of rehabilitation in the city of Lviv for the IDPs who were residing in Lviv, and they were affected by the conflict. And one of these was the Unbroken Mothers visit, which I'm going to talk in a bit. And also there was a renovation program for the hospital, for the major hospital in Lviv. And when we went there, the doctors there, they informed us that since the hospitals in the eastern side and in the middle side of the country were not as operational as they were before due to logistical reasons or due to the situation in the country, the burden on the hospitals on the western side of the country was actually overwhelming. And the doctors have informed us that at the moment, the country was working with 3 times more capacity than what they would call the UK Emergency Code Black for a hospital, which means that actually there are no beds available. And they told us that there is a huge need for prosthetics because the people were coming, actually were affected by the war. And they also told us that sometimes they have to let the people leave the hospital before their full treatment is completed because there is not enough capacity for the newcomers. And from our visit to the hospital, we went to Unbroken Mothers visit. That's a site for mothers or pregnant women and their young children to stay who came from the eastern side of the country. The place was built on 180,000 square meters, and it was consisting of 2 buildings. The buildings had a playground, a common kitchen, and also comfortable places for sleeping for the mothers and their children. At the moment of the visit, one building was full, and the other building was still welcoming the newcomers to the city. In total, there were 212 people living in 2 buildings, and they were supported by some of the UN agencies and international donors as well. But we were informed that actually the sustainability of the center was upon the available fundings as well. So for the moment where we are is that we have initiated the process to open a representative office in Lviv, and our application process is still ongoing, and once it's finalized, we are planning to deploy our team in the beginning to Lviv, but we are planning to expand our operations to the conflict affected areas with time as well. And we are planning to do some capacity building for the local NGOs and civil society organizations working there together with support their efforts with humanitarian activities, with humanitarian assistance as well. And within this process, we have applied for UNOCHA for becoming eligible for the reserve fundings. And we have passed this process, which means that that our alignment with the humanitarian standards to become eligible for this funding has been confirmed by UNOCHA. And in the longer term, once that we are in Lviv and once that we are in Ukraine actively and we are working there actively, we want to expand our operations to other conflict-affected areas, not the conflict-affected, but where the countries that welcomes the conflict-affected individuals like Moldova, Hungary, or Romania. And we would like to increase our humanitarian assistance both in these countries and in Ukraine and in Poland in terms of medical help, PSS, and MHPSS activities, of course in partnership with local NGOs, associations, municipalities, and local authorities. Thank you very much for listening to me, and pardon me for my excitement. Thank you.
You were great. Thank you, Iram, Miss Iram. Mr. Ambassador, Miss Ambassador's esteemed wife, UN participants, valued guests. We are at the end of the first session. It's 13:30, which was actually informed on the document. Mr. Ambassador's valued time has been consecrated to us. So if you would like to stay for the second session, we will be very glad to host you. At noon, the rooms would have been emptied for the ones who are coming from different cities. Bon appetit. Could you please empty the rooms? Thank you.
Ses deneme, ses prova 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, hey, hey.
Değerli konuklar, ikinci oturum.
Distinguished guests, about to start second session. If any colleagues outside the conference room, can we kindly remind them to join us? We are a little bit behind our program, half an hour around. Our project is funded by Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Swedish government, and the title of the project is Strengthening the Capacity of Municipalities in the Field of Migration and Refugee Response in Turkey. And the second panel session of Ukrainians in Turkey in the context of regional developments. The second session will start with a presentation, general overall situation of Ukrainians in Turkey. Dr. Yulia Bilecka, the floor is yours for your presentation. Ms. Bilecka, you are kindly invited for your presentation titled General Situation of Ukrainians in Turkey.
Dear distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, it's my honor to be here today and to present the current situation of Ukrainian refugees. I will be mainly speaking in Ankara, but I believe that my colleagues from other cities also will make their contributions to my presentation in the next session. So first of all, I would like to explain who I am, what kind of organization I'm presenting, and what our organization already did for, and what kind of assistance it provided for Ukrainian refugees here, mainly in Ankara. So first of all, I would like to stress that our organization, Ukrainian Association in Ankara, it was established in 2017 as a small cultural educational organization that never ever in its history dealt with the refugee crisis, such huge topic. But in spite of it, since February, no international organization or governmental organization could respond urgently to the needs of refugees in Ankara. So first 3 months, it's February, March, April, and May, and partly June. It was Ukrainian Association that mainly dealt with all problems of Ukrainian refugees here in Ankara. So first of all, of course, and mainly all these activities was done until June because, thanks God, in June, ASAM established a system project of assistance to Ukrainian refugees and help of the Ukrainian refugees. And partly the urgent needs was met by, and now is meeting by ASAM. So, I mean, that's why we really saved us, guys. Thank you very much. And first of all, it was accommodation problem, and we managed to open a dormitory for people who were in need in terms of accommodation. And since March, this dormitory was working since March until the end of June and even in July and August for some families. We opened the help and help collection of needs, and this, first of all, it was food kits, it was hygiene kits, it was clothes, of course it was a translator assistance in all kind of spheres, starting with interaction with governmental structures like migration offices and health care, hospitals, whatever, so in all the spheres. Of course, it's social assistance. It's already in March we opened so-called school. I mean, it wasn't school in the real terms, but it was the activities that help children who are already in Ankara to be involved in the educational process. And also we had agreed with one private kindergarten, so this kindergarten with our volunteers will provide a few, I guess it's like 15, 20 places for Ukrainian refugee children for free. And this kindergarten was working until the end of August. It was also psychological help. We have a few psychologists who were working as the volunteers in first months of the war, and also on the regular basis were giving free help at least once a week. Also, it was the health assistance in this case. It's mostly to the help to purchase some medicine that was I mean, first of all, it was the price of them were very high, so we were collecting the money for this to purchase this medicine. And the second is, as we know, the people who doesn't have insurance, they cannot go to any hospitals. Or with the collaboration of UNHCR, we managed to offer refugees so-called Chankaya Polyclinic. We assist them as translators there. So it's mainly what we did for these months, and from the beginning of the full-scale conflict and full-scale war in Ukraine. But you know, the needs of refugees is changing. It's not the same as it was like 5-6 months ago. And now I know that my previous presenters, they actually explained what was done by different organizations for their help. And now I will talk about urgent needs and the needs that is still on the table for today, let's say. So first of all, it's, sorry. There is no real flow of refugees right now, I mean newcomers, but we still have people who came in spring, on summer, let's say. And for these people, from time to time, and also for newcomers, even though their numbers are not the thousands or as it was before, it's first of all short-term accommodation. I mean, it's crisis accommodation, and this is something that we really need even for today, because at least in Ankara, we don't have any kind of dormitory as we used to have, because the agreement with this businessman is finished. So there is no possibility to accommodate people for, I don't know, a week or two while they are solving the problems currently right now in Ankara. So, like, first of all, it's definitely short-term accommodation opportunities that we need. The second and third, it's actually covered by ASAM right now, as far as I know. That's why, I mean, but we need to continue it, and I hope that ASAM will continue this assistance. First of all, it's legal assistance and translator and social worker assistance. So these are fields that I hope ASAM will continue to help us. The next very important topic is education and socialization. And in this case, I would like to say that, first of all, support projects that already exist in Turkey, because we have 21 Ukrainian associations all over the Turkey. And most of these organizations, they are having already their project that deals with education or socialization of Ukrainian children here. So, I don't know, do not invent the wheel, yeah? I mean, help and support what already existed. And for this, and we have so-called schools, even though it's not the real schools with diplomas. This is the way how these children stay together, how they not forget their culture, how they, it's activities that help overcome the stress of cultural shock and the stress of moving to another country. And we have such activities in Istanbul, we have such activities in Bursa, in Antalya, in Ankara, of course. So these organizations need your support in this sense. Of course, besides this, we also need involvement and assistance of involvement to the Turkish schools for those who decide to do so. In previous meeting in Antalya, we already we were talking about all these problems that children face in terms of documentation, in terms of the diplomas and etc. So, I mean, we have to find a solution, and we as the non-government organization, we are not able to find this solution, so Turkish public schools will accept these children with a minimum documents. So in this case, we also need your support. And another projects that we already try to implement, but because of lack of funds, is difficult to do, is the assistance in online education, because many of Ukrainian children, they continue their, I don't know, the secondary education or the high school education online. And while doing this online, many children, they face a problem of, I don't know, not understanding certain topics, so they need certain guidance. And we are willing to provide them this guidance in certain subjects. But for this, we need plenty teachers, at least, that can give and mentoring to these children. I mean, this is very easy to implement, actually. But again, for this, we need special funds, because without special funds, Ukrainian associations cannot implement this particular project. And what else we have in Ankara in terms of this? Currently we have the activities that works on Thursdays. Mainly it's like art, language, physical educations, and we have 3 groups of children and 6 volunteers who help to implement this project. Again, as I said already, this is a voluntary project. And if you want, if any of the organization that is presented here, any of the donors who presented here is willing to help some project that deals with refugee children, so we have this project, and many of my colleagues in other cities have also this project. So help us create some, I don't know, funds that we can apply for these funds, and that we can apply to help these volunteers to continue what they already doing. We also have a folk dance ensemble for children. Currently, we have 3 groups. And I know that, again, many of other my colleagues have it is in many cities. Again, we need a support. So, because all of these activities are completely free for refugees. It's our main principle. So everyone can join it. Every Ukrainian or any other person, if they want, of course, they can join it. The next one is Turkish courses. We managed to open 8 groups for both for children and for adults in collaboration with Yunus Emre Institute, with the collaboration of Büyükşehir Belediyesi, with the collaboration of Keçiören Yaz Center. But again, this project is almost finished. Probably we need also a new courses for newcomers, and for this we don't have any resources. So if we need to continue this project. So if you help us to find resources for it, it will be done. And the next one is mentoring for online education. Again, as I already mentioned, for some children who is involved in the online education in Ukraine, they have some problems of understanding the subjects, and they need to ask someone questions. So this is actually what we can do. We have these teachers, and first they were willing to do the voluntary, this is on voluntary basis, but I mean, it's almost 1 year, and it's very difficult to maintain this sustainability of this project on the voluntary basis. The next one is actually the next problem that we still have, and that is maybe even more urgent than it was in the beginning, when most of people need some accommodation, food, some other assistance. Now it's job opportunities is the biggest challenge for Ukrainians here in Ankara, and I believe in the whole Turkey is the same. Because, I mean, we were talking in the last meeting that there are many obstacles so that these people can find a job, they can open their own business. So there are many obstacles, both from funds and from the jurisdictional position. And I will give you just the example of Ankara's initiative. And this initiative, I believe, can be implemented, and probably already some of my colleagues from Ukrainian associations, they are implementing similar projects, I know this, in their cities. So this is a women cooperative, and this women cooperative is currently this cooperative is not legal. I mean, we are doing this for 3-4 months actually, but we didn't establish the legal cooperation. And in future, we are it's our main goal. And what is this initiative is doing actually? It tries to create an income for Ukrainian refugees, and because it's women cooperative, you understand that it's for women, Ukrainian women in Ankara particularly. And at the same time, this cooperative, the second goal of this cooperative is also to develop traditional craft. So these two goals actually will help women who is willing to participate in these activities to do the both, let's say. And this cooperative, actually what I'm wearing right now, it's a product of this women cooperative. So it's the tailoring, the print, and everything that was on me is the product of it. So they are producing this, and they can, of course, sell it and to provide their income. Also in other stuff. This is a traditional painting, which is called Petrikivka. I mean, this nice craft is also produced by our women in Ankara who actually are refugees. So, by creating of this cooperative, we can already give jobs for the particular people that I will explain, and therefore particular spheres that also I will explain, but also it will be open for everyone. I mean, not just for 17 people that is that can get income already now, but also for everyone who wants to join us in future. So it's kind of open project. And by this, we are trying to create a business-friendly environment for Ukrainian women. Also, it will help to teach the crafts and to continue these crafts in future. Also, we are going to create an online platform where not only our members, but the crafters all over the Turkey can join us and can sell their products. And we will help all newcomers with branding. So, I mean, this is probably one of the biggest issue for everyone who start the crafting. What to do, how to sell, where to go. So these activities will also provide by our cooperative. Of course, it's the real workshop. So this part we still don't have, and this part we still want to implement because it will grow our initiative to the much higher space. And it's establish a craft line, because now it's just a small initiative. So what actually we are doing? It's producing a textile. It includes everything: design, tailoring, and also embroidery. This is something that we just want to add because currently we don't have enough resources to implement the last part. The second is creating a souvenirs. It's design, again, crafting and painting of these souvenirs. It's printing. Here's this printing on textile. It's crafting souvenirs with some laser and printing on the souvenirs in other part. One of our biggest dream that we still couldn't implement is, of course, to open a Ukrainian cafe, or, I mean, for restaurant we need probably much funds, but for cafe, this is something that our activists and our members really need, and they can do this. I mean, we have all enough stuff to do this, but we don't have resources to start, because again, all these people, they are not former businessmen or businesswomen. They are refugees that decided to change their profession because previously they were accountants or bankers or whatever, and they understood that they need to do some changes in their profession, and they learned something, and they are willing to implement their new skills. So it's purchasing the freezed food, again, traditional Ukrainian, and a small cafe. This part we're really dreaming of. And the marketing, as I already mentioned, it's an online platform where everywhere in Turkey, all the crafters can join and can sell their goods. Okay, this is our small expenses that we need, the investments that we actually need for implementing the whole project. I mean, it's for textile, for printing, for souvenirs, for catering, and for marketing. I mean, you can see the general amount. So if you are willing to help us, if you are willing to join and help these women's activities, because, I mean, it's not just about income. This project involves many different sides. First of all, of course, income for Ukrainian women refugees. The second is developing the Ukrainian traditional craft, which is also very important, because it's not just crafters who already know how to do this, but this project also involves the teaching the new generations and transferring these crafts to the craft skills to the new generations. And also, of course, it's women's activity, yeah? So like it's women activism. So from all points of view, this project has many and many, let's say, pluses, yeah, pros. And just for start, it should involve at least 70 people. Right now, we are 5 people doing this. But to do the full-scale project, we need 70 people, so it means at least from the beginning, 17 jobs will be provided. So it means 17 families already in Ankara will have their income. Okay, this is our project of Women Cooperative. And the last urgent need that we have is about health. As we already know, only international protection status provides insurance for Ukrainian refugees. But as we already know, the migration office generally tries to push Ukrainians to take ikamet, yeah, so which is resident permit. And this resident permit, even though that it's supposed that person has an insurance, in reality, I believe all of my colleagues will actually support this, this covers almost nothing. So in urgent health cases, we need a fund or some organization that can provide a help. Same as we did with UNHCR, for example, it can be the so-called Chankaya Polyclinic, yes, or it's the place where the people that didn't have an opportunity to have a normal insurance or state insurance can apply for doctors, let's say, for treatment. And of course, if it's critical cases, when we have, I don't know, some surgeries needed or etc. Yeah, so in these cases, we also need the assistance of international organizations. I guess that's all for today. Sorry if it took too long. And if you have any questions, please. No question? Okay, thank you.
Biz dinledik. Teşekkür ederiz. İlk önce çok güzel projeleri bize
Thank you very much. First of all, we were informed about the great projects. As Kocaeli promised, we took note of that. Thank you very much for your efforts. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Yulia Britskaya. Now, Turkish Red Crescent's services with regard to the Ukrainian crisis. Roshan Chetinkaya's contribution was made to this presentation. Ms. Cansu Okman, please, the floor is yours in order to deliver your presentation. Thank you. Welcome. Hello, my name is Cansu Okman. I am project manager of the Turkish Crescent responsible for the Ukrainian project. Today I'm going to inform you about the activities carried out by Turkish Crescent. Turkish Crescent today, with the goodness and to reduce the pain of the societies. After the 24th of March, the war has started in Ukraine, started projects in order to deliver 63 trucks to the region, trucks containing food, medical devices, all sorts of aid materials were actually delivered to the region by Turkish Crescent. International activities are carried out, of course, by the Turkish Crescent, but also there are Ukrainians who were actually received in Turkey, so Red Crescent also continues its activities within this regard. Also, as an addition to the humanitarian aid activities, in Edirne and Kırıkkale provinces, there were some kids brought to Turkey, so their Turkish Christians undertook some activities in order to take care of these kids, and there has been some shelters that were opened in Elazığ province. Also, aids other than food aids were carried out. Also, educative activities are also carried out. For instance, social awareness trainings. These kind of trainings are all carried out for the kids that were actually damaged and harmed by war. In order to support them, these activities were carried in Antalya and Elazığ provinces. These activities are still carried out currently today. In international protection, among the framework of this project, the people who are actually within the frame of this project are subject to support assistances. So there's these cash aids that can be retrieved from the banks. Also, these cards can be used when shopping in supermarkets. Also, temporary shelters are welcoming 200-500 people, so these cards are all delivered to these people. In addition to Elazığ and Antalya province projects, in Elazığ, Mersin, Bursa, and Ankara provinces, we also carry out aid analysis activities. Within the framework of these activities, we are determining the needs and which domains are the very needy domains among the refugees from Ukraine are determined. And within this framework, we are building different projects basing on different needs. And within this framework, Ankara, Istanbul, Elazığ provinces and people living in these provinces, we are carrying out assistance to mother-child care, training issues, and contagious diseases. And these kind of trainings will be delivered in these provinces and then come up with solutions to that. Another activity that we're planning is to preventing violence and informing Ukrainians about their rights. And for a one-time, for instance, rent aids or medical aids are the aids assistances that we are projecting to carry out. So after the conflict in Ukraine, the Ukrainians also are in need of food assistance, and we are trying to determine those as well in order to provide for food assistance. This is basically what I wanted to inform you. So if you have any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Actually, I don't have a question to you, but I will be leaving, so I wasn't able to participate to the first session. I would like to give you some information about the health issues as someone coming from the Ministry of Health. I'm a physician. I'm from the Migration Department of the Ministry of Health. Of course, there is a humanitarian health assistance services that is provided to everyone in Turkey Republic. These services depend on your settlement status actually in Turkey. And this is actually a subject also linked to private assurance. The ones that are settled in Bitlis province, they are not under international protection, but under settlement law. Therefore, their process has been carried out in the Department of Migration. But for the rest of it, the activities are not yet carried out regarding their process. In the migration centers, you can receive principal health services from migration services, which means consultation, diagnosis, vaccination, and also birth services are provided. Not all provinces have foreign polyclinics to render services, but you can ask to your provincial directorates in order to receive information. I have been in Odessa for 8 and 9 months in the past, so if you have any questions or any kind of need for a contribution, I would be leaving, but of course you can also apply to the relevant authority in your province. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. We thank you. Any questions? Hello once more. My question is the following. I remember in May, April, these centers were not accepting Ukrainians. Is the situation changed since then? So these society, community health centers, do they accept Ukrainians? What kind of status do the refugees need to have, for instance, international protection and sort? So are all refugees accepted? Of course, Ukrainian crisis is a new migration flood for Turkey. Of course, the thing that I just mentioned, the migration health centers were actually built before for the Syrian refugees, but now they are called migration health centers, and therefore excluding the Syrians, also these centers cover other refugees and migrants, and the workers in those centers were not aware of this situation, but then we informed them. We have also a principle. This is something that I have mentioned for the contagious diseases, principal health services, vaccination and birth services. Whether you have identification card or not, these services need to be provided. So this instruction has been given to these relevant centers. And for the provinces where there are no centers for the migrants, there are polyclinics that were opened in order to serve for the refugees other than Syrians. Hello, Ms. Jansu, once more. Ukrainian people, in order to help Ukrainians, what kind of documentations are in? Do we need identity cards, passport? There is no need for international protection. Only the fact that the individual needs aid or service is a sufficient condition for us. Thank you very much. Is it possible for the Ukrainian Association and you to sign an agreement we will give to you and you will give to us? Okay, we will be in touch. Okay, now we have a coffee break. Maybe we can seize the opportunity for that. Yes, please. Your question is to Mr. Physician. You can answer. For the emergency aid, how the emergency aid should be. For instance, the patient comes to the hospital. This is free of charge, but when the emergency status is completed or finished, then there comes an invoice. I mean, the service will be invoiced. In Turkish Republic, health services are not free of charge. It's never free of charge for anyone. If it means free of charge, if they say free of charge, it means that some other institution is paying for it. So emergency services for health are free of charge for everyone, but when the emergency status is gone, then the process will be paid. Of course, when you have no insurance, there will be the service will be invoiced to you. So that means that somebody is paying for that on behalf of you. But if in an emergency case there is an invoice in place, and if the amount is received from the family, in that case, to whom should we make an application? But if the family has no way to afford the relevant service, this is why I'm mentioning. But the first intervention, we cannot just not intervene because you don't have an assurance. It's not possible. It means that this is what I actually want to mean. I have an insurance and I went to the emergency care and they took my money. This will be a misunderstanding. For the emergency cases, we do not look at the situation as such. If you don't have insurance, we will not take care of you. This is not the fact. If it's invoiced, it will either be retrieved from you or from your insurance. For instance, there will be a letter written to the consulate or to the family of the patient, and there is, for instance, a note under the invoice that says this actually could not be retrieved. This amount could not be retrieved. So the announce that I made about the coffee break. So after the coffee break, if you have any questions in mind after the coffee break, you can share those questions with us. So within 15 minutes, which means 15:15, we shall be back in the hall.
Saygıdeğer çalışma arkadaşlarım, kıymetli davetliler, hızlıca salona geri dönebilirsek son oturumu başlatalım. Tekrar hoş geldiniz. Cuma öğleden sonra biliyorum bir miktar yorgunluk da birikti. Onun için hemen toparlamakta fayda var. Son bir panelimiz kaldı. Son dönem gelişmeler çerçevesinde Türkiye'deki Ukraynalılar paneli. Sunuculuğunu yapmaya gayret ettiğim bu toplantının bir de moderasyon kısmı benim oldu. Şöyle ki son dönem gelişmeler çerçevesinde Türkiye'deki Ukraynalılar panelini Kırım ailesinden Anife Kurtseyitova. Ben isminizi anons ettikçe kürsüdeki yerinizi alırsanız panele hızlıca geçebiliriz. Kırım ailesinden Anife Kurtseyitova. Eskişehir Kırım Halk Bilim Araştırma Derneği'nden Sayın Recep Şen. Kocaeli Ukraynalılar Derneği'nden Sayın İrna Sola. Ukrayna Kültür ve Dayanışma Derneği'nden de Olena Topçu. Sizleri kürsüye davet edebilir miyiz efendim? Sanırım Anife Hanım rahatsızlanmış. Son dakika bir iptal etme durumu söz konusu olmuş. 3 değerli katılımcımızla biz devam edeceğiz. Recep Şen, İrina Sola ve Olena Topçu. Buradaki mikrofonu kapatıp hemen yan tarafa geçeceğim.
Hello again. It's last session of the panel. On my left side, Recep Şen, and next to him, Irina Sola, and lady speaking at the far end of the podium is Marina. Welcome. Ladies first. Olena Topçu from Ukrainians Association. What are you doing? Is there any issues not raised throughout the day during this panel discussions? Anything that needs to be discussed?
I will be talking in Ukrainian language because I know that there is a translation opportunity today. I'm happy to welcome everybody here, my dear friends. I'm the head of Ukrainian Culture Association and Solidarity Association. As I told, our association from the moment of foundation until the beginning of 2022 was working in Marmaris, and starting from this year we started the procedure of transferring our association to Istanbul, and we are working very actively till today. And a third time, starting from 24th of February, we are participating in activities that are held by ASAM. And I would like to thank a lot to this organization, and I would like to thank a lot to all the state governmental structures of Turkish Republic of Turkey that help us. I also would like to thank all volunteers, partners, and all who help us. And at the same time, I also would like to underline that the war about which we talking third time for today has started not in February 2024, 2022. This war started 8 years ago, and our association and myself personally and all other people also, all other 20 associations that are available here in Turkey, we all are having this problem for many, many years, and myself and our association is the first association which met the results and the impacts of this war in 2018 when we had a summer camp for children of our died warriors. For me, this camp was created with the help of Ukrainian embassy in Turkey, and for myself it was very difficult to meet eyes to eyes with those children because their eyes were full of pain. And at that time I realized that we cannot stop. We have to continue to help because we have to try to help them and solve their problems. We have to do something. After the first summer camp, we did have another summer camp in 2019, and again we brought children of died warriors, died soldiers in Ukraine, and we used help of volunteers, business representatives in Turkey. We also used our personal resources, and also 2 years we participated in international organization and international auction, and we were trying to prepare presents for those children for St. Nicholas Day, and we also were collecting scenes for clothes and different scenes for those children and send them to schools. In 2020, the representatives of our association and volunteers and Ukrainian volunteers as well, together we visited the war territories. We visited soldiers in Kiev hospital, and all our associations are participating in all these activities to constantly help our citizens, our children and our soldiers. On the 24th of February 2022, first of all, with the beginning of the full-scale war, and with the beginning of the active phase of war activities here, we here as Ukrainian associations faced new issues, and we were scared a lot because they were huge. The issues and the problems were huge, and these were happening. This was happening during the first months of war. Our phone didn't stop ringing for a while. Everybody was calling and everybody was asking questions, and I realized that every volunteer who is actively working in Turkey, this period was very difficult. It was a shock for each of us. At the very first second, we understood that we were just shocked because we didn't know what to do, where to run, but we were trying to put our efforts together, and we started to solve all those issues. We were trying to find help to our governmental and diplomatic organizations. We were seeking help from Turkish governmental bodies, and we were trying to support. And again, I want to thank you all for help. From the very beginning, from the start of the war, we were providing shelters, providing clothes, providing necessary cash, humanitarian help for Ukrainian citizens. We were providing medicine. We were helping to give birth to children. We were providing help with documentation, and for those who were born and those who died. And we had to solve issues with people who died as well. So for me, it's easier to say what we didn't do than what we did during all those months, because the list is very huge of the things that we have done. And I would like to say once again that as does matter how much I thank you to Turkish governmental bodies. This will not be enough. My words will not be enough to express all my gratitude for your support. And again and again and again, I want to underline that the war that is happening now, that is destroying now, there is erasing everything on its wave. It's going on, it's still continuing, and we don't know when it's going to be finished. And we will continue to ask you for your support, for your help, because the help is needed more and more, and the applications are more and more, and it's becoming more difficult, because it was easy for us to provide food or to provide clothes, but now we face these such kind of issues that we cannot solve just by providing a parcel with warm clothes or food. The issues are much more difficult, and they believe in our soldiers, and I believe in our victory. But we should talk about the things that this war has changed us forever. It destroyed our lives, and we have to start thinking about how we will have to rehabilitate ourselves. And I think it will be even more difficult than war itself for us, because we will have to rehabilitate our soldiers who are injured a lot. We will have to work with their families. We will have to work with children, rehabilitate children. I'm so sorry. They will definitely need psychological help, and we will have to change their faces, their health conditions, and because this will definitely stay in our memories. And all the children who are here, all the children who are still in Ukraine, they wanted to come here. And my personal work is about medical tourism. I'm working in medical tourism, and every time when I apply for hospitals about my clients concerning my job, I use the opportunity to talk to representatives of medical bodies concerning the topics that we still have children, women, and soldiers who need help, whose appearance, face, we can maybe somehow make better, or who need psychological help, or maybe we can give some shelter to them in a sunny Turkey, or provide them place or shelter in hospitals if they need medical helps. And we want them to make some support, to provide some support. And we do understand that the life is cruel and the world is cruel, and it can't be done at once and find money at once, because it's really a lot of money. And I know that hospitals are ready to help, but we still have to find budget financing. And I do understand that we do not have an opportunity to ask for any state programs in Turkey. But here I know there are international organizations are here in this room, and I know that representatives of organizations, international organizations, are here. And if there is any small opportunity to help us with this issue, if there is any small opportunity to plan maybe somehow and provide support in this question for us, we would be really very grateful to you. Because frankly speaking, I prepared for this conference, for this presentation, and I was preparing my presentation. I was trying to find some pictures. I started to prepare it 3 times. I tried to visualize how I will be speaking, how I will be looking. I was crying over these pictures because each of those pictures is a pain. And today in the morning, my USB flash rejected to work, and maybe it's good because I don't have to show those pictures to you now. And if you have an opportunity to help and support us, we would like to put this project in life. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for your emotional speech. War is actually tearing our old selves. This is your phrase that I took note of. So what do you think about this? What do you experience currently? Of course, our old self, what we mean by that is that war has changed us a lot. And we are only standing up right now. And unfortunately, there are no pink unicorns. There's a lot to do still. A lot of rehabilitation activities are awaiting us. So what are your activities? What are your activities that you carry out? Of course, I will give you some short information, but my speech will be about thanking Türkiye. But of course, we are an association that has been established in a spontaneous way. Of course, at first we were voluntary people, and together with the Turkish population, of course, in the province of Kocaeli, we have provided aid to Çatalca Logistics Center. Also, we have assisted in financial matters or judicial documentation type of assistances, were the types of assistances that we provided individually to those refugees. So we are working, we are learning. There are elder colleagues that we are borrowing some activities from. Then, of course, they are also helping us and giving us counseling, and they are sharing their experiences with us. You actually said that you were going to thank to the institutions that you are collaborating in the field. Which institutions are those? Of course, Kocaeli municipality is of great support to us. During the first weeks of the war, first days of March, Kocaeli municipality sent us a mobile food truck, and for weeks, some meals were delivered to the refugees. So now we also get to know ASAM, and we would like to also collaborate with them in the future. So what do you have in mind with regards to a collaboration prospect with ASAM? What kind of activities we can carry out together? My speech is very spontaneous. Of course, there are a lot of issues, a lot of problems. We all mentioned those issues, but our awareness as our association is health service and work permit. As you know, in order to work in Türkiye, in order to receive a work permit, there's a very difficult judicial
If we just facilitate maybe an idea, a proposal to Ankara and authorities, this is important. Health services, we have mentioned repeatedly Last week, just recently, a minor child at the age of 8, seriously having health problems, an emergency situation, we alerted all the city. We contacted with the consulate, and provincial director of migration management helped us, and they made a huge discount on medical charges. We collected some money and we covered some part and we solved that problem. But if we can make it easier, an accommodation, shelter, we don't have that high number of Ukrainians, but Istanbul and Antalya, very expensive rental fees, 3 important topics. I would not like to prevent your presentation. If you share those details with us, we'll be more than happy. Okay, let's go ahead with the presentation. Thank you. Any other comments? I don't want to interrupt. No. And one more thing. A Turkish proverb says, you know your friends in your dire times. And Turkish authorities, officials, business persons, and Turkish people, we would like to thank heartfelt, because the whole Turkish nation and all institutions and authorities, you have proved that you are a true and loyal friend of Ukrainians. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you for the good words. Recep Bey. Eskişehir Crimean Folklore Research Association. Of course, we will have comments from Recep Bey, some of the activities of their association and their researchers. I'm the last speaker, and so the keynote speakers appear last, they say. Now I see everyone is quite exhausted in the conference room, quite an intensive working day. So I will try to wrap it up, and I need to encourage and motivate people to pay attention. After this emotional and sentimental speeches, it will be a little bit boring. Our association was established in 2000 as one of, we claim that we are one of the biggest associations. That's just a joke. It's a small association with limited number of members. When we first established this, our target group was youth. And as the president of the association, to guarantee my presidential position, no one elder than me, no one senior than me can become a member. So it's 25, only up to 25, just joking about it. Till 2014, it was perfect, super perfect and okay. But after 2014, we have changed our mandate mission with the occupation of Crimea by the Russians. In Eskişehir, let me tell first, there are 4 Crimean associations. Our association, there is a foundation, Crimean Initiative Foundation, and Romanian, Crimean Turks in Dobruja city of Romania, and Crimean Turkish Solidarity Foundation. We are 4 NGOs, and we are cooperating. We are the youngest among these 4 organizations, and we continue work with youth. On the 3rd of March 2022, it was almost midnight, and I received a phone call from someone from Crimea, and I'm calling from Istanbul. That person said on the phone, gave me the name of a hotel in Sultanahmet, and he said, I have heard that you are the president of this association. Come and collect these people from this hotel. And I was surprised. And 2 women and 5 minors makes to Istanbul in a vehicle. And when they leave the city, airplane or a city, they pass through a bridge. The bridge was bombed by Russian army. They were the last people to leave that city, airplane. And we have some friends in Istanbul, and I contacted them. The hotel is not a decent one. And of course, some other people are searching pursuit of them, and I brought these people to Eskişehir. How did we make it? First, it seemed to be super easy for me. But when I saw those children on the vehicle, I could not help, because 2 of those children were the children of one, and the other 3 the children of another. And these 2 women are siblings. Children are twins, and they are 41 days old. That long travel distance, it's around 1,800. No, it's 2,000 kilometers. And the vehicle had some bombshell pieces. It was a Skoda Fabia model vehicle car. And they were bearing the remnants of this war, and I came to realize what war is on the 3rd of March, and it was followed. Is there any colleagues from PMM, Presidency of Migration Management? I think no. So soon I can be complaining about Presidency of Migration Management soon. Just make some jokes so that we will cover up and we will then Edirne, Kırklareli, those who were stranded at the borders in Romanian border, and numerous phone calls every day reaching to us. We try to place people for shelter. The first group was a Crimean family group. It was 106 persons. And Presidency of Migration Management and our Provincial Director of Migration Management, Murat Arslan, I would like to thank taking this opportunity to Murat Bey, PDMM manager in Eskişehir. And he hosted and placed all these groups in the student hostels. Later, our brothers and sisters from Ahıska, around 300. But other groups, there were other groups arriving and coming. And the total number of Crimean refugees till August, it reached up to 300. Most of these were those who reached to us, and the PDMM offices were opened even at weekends, and we completed registration processes and ID documentation, and through bilateral cooperation and personal relations we completed. But in July, the student dormitories were to be evacuated, and it was much difficult for us. Unfortunately, this 106 persons group from Crimean family group decreased to 58. And because the others were afraid that they would be resettled to another camp environment and they had to travel to European countries, the same problem was true for those in Bursa. There were 169 persons, and 106 were resettled to Elazığ. All those from Ahıska were sent to Elazığ by PMM, and from March to August, we have contacted with the municipalities in Eskişehir, and if needed, allocating some lands of municipalities, a transfer station or a dormitory or a guest house, a shelter to be provided, but we could not make it. And at the end of August, our group of Crimean families, those in Turkey knows that these Crimean family groups is composed of mostly women and minors, and in 2014, unfortunately, after the occupation of Crimea, they had to leave Crimea and they had to move to the mainlands of Russia. And 58 persons from this group are still in Eskişehir. ASAM colleagues said we reached 36 families. Those 36 households are Crimean family groups, but besides, our Crimean Youth Association have one office and one building, and we have allocated it for the accommodation of the refugees. We don't have an office for us. We don't have an address. We closed our office because NGOs, civil society organizations, are mostly on rental buildings. And to save this rental fees, we rented a flat to accommodate 2 families. Uğur Bey, Efe Zamangas. With Uğur Bey, 1.5 months ago, we talked with Uğur Bey. There was one building used by apartment for students before, and because they did not rent it for the refugees, we rented this building on behalf of the association. It is a 10 apartments, and it's 15,000 lira fuel cost per month. So just with your subscription or the contributions by the members of the association, you cannot make it. Therefore, whenever I knocked on the doors for help and assistance, no one refused and rejected us. Is it public or private? Private, no, private donors or private the business persons or any charity purposes. I'll keep it brief. Everyone is quite exhausted. So let's come to international protection status. How do we solve this? the first and second degree of international protection status and practical implementation. I didn't know. First degree primary protection, before completion of 6 months, you cannot work in a workplace. But if it is a secondary or second level international protection, when they find an employment opportunity, if employer applies for a work permit on e-government platform, those in secondary international protection status can start working immediately the day after they receive their ID documentation. The main problem is those coming from Ukraine and those coming from Crimea, because youth is there are lots of youth population around Crimea avoiding and fleeing because they are forced to join the military services by Russians. Unfortunately, some of them do not have Ukrainian passports, and while leaving Crimea, they have to use their Russian passports, and they enter to Turkey with Russian passport, and that's also a problem for them. And on the Crimean Peninsula, the biggest concern is, of course, this is a quite understandable, reasonable concern and fear. If this goes, we will never make to Crimea, and we cannot make to Ukraine because we are not holders of Ukrainian passports. They want to apply for long-term residence permits, and I say, first, you should obtain your international protection status. International protection status extends you the same rights with Turkish nationals. First, have it. If you have money, use it wisely and save it. The one with the well-off is $1,000. How many months can you make with $1,000? At least the international protection status gives you the rights and services. They have two problems about international protection status. PDMM sometimes says this. If you have rented a house, bring either a rental contract, and you need to go to notary public for this, or a person should give a guarantee, a letter of guarantee for you. There are 9 students, 9 Crimean students, and I have given letter of guarantee for these 9 students to obtain international status. And I have given documents on behalf of 12 families, and 10 families are accommodated in the building, a total of 48 persons with their families. They will be 50 persons. I have given letter of guarantees to each and everyone. I'm a public officer, and what can they do to me? That's as we are coming up with practical solutions to these problems. Now, the issue about Kocaeli, no one from Ministry of Health in the room, yeah? Because I try to tell the shortcuts to bureaucratic requirements. If you give a call and if you take an ambulance then to the emergency clinic, then they could charge no fees to you. If you would go to the hospital to the emergency clinic, it will be completely free of charge, regardless of your status or whatever.
I can't pay for the invoice. Okay. Even though if they require 50,000, I won't be able to pay. I won't be able to send these people away. So Mr. Recep is actually prepared. Whichever negative conditions we have in front of us, we are actually in place to overcome them, of course. There's the e-Göç application. You can download this on your cellular phones. And after you do that, there's, for instance, some problems encounters. You cannot leave the province, for instance. When you make your application on the application itself, you will be able to receive the document. So you don't have to go directly to the migration, provincial migration center. Of course, another issue about the Tatars. We are trying to help them. I also told this international protection, after international protection, and can they apply for a long-term permit? Would there be any problems? Work permit, for instance? For the work permit, if there is a second level protection required, as I said, when they require the identification number, I'm talking about Kocaeli, for instance. If Ms. Zümre wants to recruit or hire this person, 15 Turkish national as a recruited person will be equivalent to one foreigner. So I foresee that there can be some questions towards your speech. If there's nothing else you would like to leave, I just wanted to go quite rapidly because I think that everyone is quite tired. Now we have a question and answer session. We actually included this in the program, so we can start that because I thought that maybe we could, as the issue is quite freshly discussed here, so if you have any questions in this regard, please feel free to air your opinions. You actually clarified everything quite transparently, so there's nothing else to ask, I think. So if you don't have anything to add, you can either go back to your seat or you can continue staying here. Thank you very much with your applauses. Now we are inviting Alina Panasia. I hope that I pronounced it correctly. I would like to invite you to your presentation. Have you shared your presentation with our colleagues previously? Let's ask for an assistance for the technical issue. Okay.
Hello, dear participants. Thank you for the opportunity to provide our project. So I would like to present you an overview of our project for psychological help for Ukrainian citizens living here in Turkey with the help of Turkish embassy. My name is Alina. I'm a doctor of psychological science of the Ukrainian Humanitarian Institute of Bucha City, Kiev region. I also would like to introduce my colleague with whom we had this idea to provide psychological services and to make a project out of this, Olga Sandal. She has a PhD degree in psychology, and she is also co-founder of social organizations. At the same time, I'm the head of Ukrainian Association in Konya City, and in the process of our cooperation, we had an idea as an organization to make a project. And during the period of starting from March to August 2022, we, together with our colleague, provided more than 2,000 free of charge psychological consultations to our citizens, and we called this psychological warriors. And we know that a lot of our colleagues from other Ukrainian associations, our psychologist colleagues, also provided free of charge psychological consultations and help. So from the beginning of the full-scale war of Russia in Ukraine, 24th of February 2022, everyday bombing of civil population and destroying of cities infrastructure, which is very bad for our lives and situation in Ukraine in general. And this made people leave their houses, or the houses were just bombed, and they had to go to another countries as refugees. This was the reason of a huge stress among the citizens. These very difficult conditions in which our people live, such as war, hiding in shelters, losing relatives, losing families, immigration, new physical and social, cultural environment. All these not only creates fear, but also creates potential psychological traumatic situations. And this is the risk of becoming psychologically not normal persons. And because of this war, I found I lost several of my students, and I lost my father. So I do understand the psychological support of our dear citizens. In our project, we had such applications from questions set from our citizens, like suicides, panic attacks. Also, we have calls from the parents whose children are in occupied territories. We also working with children from Irpin and Hostomel, and under the conditions of this stress created by the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainian Association of Culture and Social Support in Ukraine started a project with the help of Ukrainian embassy in Turkey. As a professional support and qualified psychological help to Ukrainian citizens living here in Turkey, and to prevent social and psychological impacts, bad social and psychological impacts. Our main task while working with Ukrainian citizens are the following: improving psychological health, providing individual and intellectual and social development of our citizens who had to leave their country, providing psychological help and support to all Ukrainian citizens who are living in Turkey, providing psychological help in extreme and critical situations, and organization of psychological help and consultative support to Ukrainians if they need it, and of course providing individual confidential approach for each let's say client, patient, to provide the psychological services. Also, the directions of our psychological service are the following: diagnostics. First of all, find out the reasons of the condition, and finding out whether there are some illnesses concerning psychological condition. Also, trying to provide help in case of psychological stresses, correction, elimination of all the difficulties during integration of Ukrainian citizens in Turkey. Also, we have consulting services, individual and group work directing on solving people's questions of people, Ukrainian people who are living in Turkey, and also formation of psychological competence and habits in stress situations for Ukrainian citizens. And of course, I would like to say about the principle of psychological service activities. First of all, this is availability and flexibility of psychological services, science, competence and responsibility, individual approach, feedback, confidentiality, voluntarity, professional ethics and compliance. Also, I would like to say several words about, I don't want to stop here for a lot, but I would like to present you some plans with which we have planned with my colleague, and with which the plans that we can work with our colleagues with. So now what we have done already as the psychological services, presentation of psychological services, and also this is the finding out the needs of Ukrainian citizens concerning psychological support for the Ukrainian citizens who are living in Turkey, and we will try to do this by December 2023. Also, we are going to have a conference concerning the psychological health topics for Ukrainian citizens. In March, we are planning to have diagnostics of the social psychological integration studies of Ukrainian citizens. We are also going to hold workshops, find out the reasons and the difficulties that Ukrainian citizens have during this integration. And also we are planning to record webinars or provide online webinars and seminars concerning such topics as stress, integration, identity, and of course we are going to continue providing consulting services for our citizens. Yeah, I also would like to say that consultation services were provided and are going to be provided free of charge, but distribution of webinars and videos and consultations will working with our professional colleagues, psychologists, for centralized help for Ukrainian citizens and a lot of many things. Of course, all of this need a lot of financial support, and my colleague and me, we understood which number do we need. It's more than 2,000 consultations each of us had during daytime, nighttime, doesn't matter our personal condition. We try to help the citizens of our country. First of all, Mrs. Alena, she was talking about psychological help, and she told that this help will be needed for a long time because people, as to say it simple, people only start to understand what is happening around, and these symptoms of this situation will start to appear 6-7 months after some traumatic situations happen in person's life. So our psychological support, it's going to continue its work, and I'm sure that our citizens will need our help. That's why I'm trying to distribute the information about webinars, consultations. All of this will need financial support, and of course we will need this support, such as distribution, advertisement help, and we have provided here some offers for, let's say, cooperation maybe, or help. I would say our email address also for getting free of charge psychological support. We ask you to provide, to send us electronic letters for the email address that is also provided here on the slide. We just ask you to share your name, your contact details, and your question. We were talking with Katerina on the topic on how can we change the communication in email, and maybe we can ask a phone number. I forgot how it's called. A phone number from all operators, the one that you can reach from all operators. I forgot its number, its name. I think you understand what I mean. I just can't say it right now. I can't remember. We will have another hotline, kind of hotline, and we will give that another line. We will provide it for this kind of calls. And not long ago, we have a button on embassy's side, which name is help, so psychological help, as with the help of Ukrainian embassy. We have started this project only a month ago, so we are just starting to work on this project, and we will distribute all this information. And I really ask our colleagues, I ask our citizens to share and distribute this information, these posts, also maybe to share the information with their colleagues that can help us to include as much colleagues as possible for this work and for this project. Thank you very much for your attention. Glory to Ukraine. If you have any question, I'm ready to answer. Thank you very much. I see you don't have questions, so I understand that you all agree with the importance of this topic.
We would like to thank Alina Pariseva's presentation. This was the last presentation of our panel. But before closing the panel, I would like to invite all of you for a picture, a photograph, in order to reminisce the memory of the day. Please, the floor is all yours.